So, just when I was doing my warm-up stuff, I noticed that there was a little bit of thundering going on. I have slept. However, it sounded very close, and I don't want any of the wooden things to have been set on fire, please. Especially this thing. Mind you, it does have a copper thing at the top, so I think we're okay. You know, I've never actually tested these copper stuff. I think we're okay. I do not want promotion bots. Thank you very much. Get out of my chat. Get out of my chat. You are not welcome here, sir. Stupid goddamn bots. You are not welcome. You are not welcome. I do not want any of that garbage in my chat. Thank you. In fact, I would be very surprised to find any human being that wants that garbage in their chat. So get off Twitch. Just as a general rule, get off Twitch. Why am I arguing with a bot? It doesn't. Anyway, that's beside the point. So, very, very exclamatic start. Also, words are slipping away from me. So at some point I want to figure out what I'm doing with this hill, because I don't even know if I want it here anymore. I'm thinking I want something else. I definitely want another entrance into the caves here. What that's going to entail, I don't know. And then I want to make the most of this. Do you know what? Actually, we might start work on terraforming this for the sheep farm. This is actually not a bad idea. Like, we could do this today. We could start work on this, and then this is a whole nother, like, entrance to our caves. Oh, wait, no, it's not an entrance to our caves. It's just dark down here, but it looks cool. I love this ravine. Now, obviously, the sheep won't be allowed in the ravine here, but we can utilize the ravine as a giant sheep farm. Maybe we hide the sheeps. Like, so actually, the sheeps. Shh, it's fine. Okay, so what I'm thinking, like, for the sheep farm, is we put it on all on this level here. Actually, maybe a level up. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we fill in blocks rather than excavate. I need to have a fly around, and I don't have any rockets in my inventory. That's the gold digger. We don't want to use that one. So let's have a look. See what it looks like from up high. So it definitely needs something around there. Yeah, so that needs getting rid of, and then I do think I need to bring the terrain up a little bit. Last rocket. So that it's on the same level as this path, or maybe like 2 steps below, not as deep as what it actually is. Okay, it's looking good, you know? Just flying around, it's looking good. I'm enjoying it. Okay, anyway, so enough of the distractions. Let's get on with the stream, shall we? So what I'm thinking of today... Quandrel Dingle here. Hi. Hi. How are you? Hey Pepperoni, how's it going, my dude? Welcome in. So, what I'm thinking for today is we've got a number of different options. I'm not sure what I want to mess around with. I guess option number 1 is this path here. So I'm happy with the path design that we've got now, and I have been for a while. However, it needs dressing either side. So what I mean by dressing either side, I want bushes, I want hedgerows, I want maybe some custom trees like that every so often. Maybe not as big as this, but I definitely want them along the path. Also some form of lighting, so like some like what would look like oil lamps kind of thing, very Victorian. And I realize this is supposed to be more of a medieval kind of build, but actually I think Victorian, like, kind of lamp, it's fantasy, right? Like, it's fantasy. We've already got, like, lamps hanging from trees, so like some form of lanterns or oil gas lamps, that sort of stuff, right? Lining the street here, going up to the house. So that's option number one. So that's just like basic terraforming outside. Again, we've done a lot of terraforming outside, but I'm kind of in the vibe for it. Especially with these custom trees that we've added in. We did all of the garden. We finished that build completely last stream, and that's kind of a big deal for me. So I kind of want to continue my progress. I don't want to do this kind of garden just yet, because actually option number 2 is to work on the interior for here. I've got a few ideas how this is gonna go, but I'm not 100%. So I think the first couple of steps that we need to do is work out what rooms are going where, like how they're kind of situated. So maybe from here to say here or something like that, right? Like a wall that comes out, kind of connects up with this wall, and that's going to be like maybe like a big kitchen area or maybe some form of like living quarter, comfortable seating, that sort of thing. And then this little section around here is maybe the kitchen. You've got entryways going through here with staircases to get up to the second level, and obviously entry and exit. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for this. Now, I've kind of shot myself with a foot in the foot here, is because I've got no step up. So that means that everything inside needs to be brought down. I need to dig out the entirety of the floor to replace it with something else. I can't build on top of it. But that's okay. That's not, not necessarily the worst thing in the world. So that's option number 1, is to start the layout for this. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm going to actually be building this today, but I'll probably be like marking out dirt blocks of where all of the staircases are going to go, where the walls are going to go, and then we can start decorating the interior. Also, that will mean that we will be able to have our secrets hidden access somewhere, probably underneath the stairs. That's usually where I would put it. And we might get rid of that window as well. I'm already kind of envisioning this window being a bit of a problem, so we'll probably get rid of it, unless we did like a spiral staircase around there over this entryway. That might not be too bad. But either way, we still need a secret hidden entrance into the underground. So that's kind of what I want. That's option number 2. So that is option number 2. Option number 3 is quite a big challenge. I've been on about this for a while. It's something that we need to be doing at some point. So option number 3 involves the villagers. Yep. We need to sort these guys out. It's starting to annoy me that they're just kind of here. This isn't where they're meant to be. This is going to be my nether portal room here. So the villagers, they all need to be moved down here into the pit. I've been saying this for a while, that basically the pit down there, that's where all the villagers are going to go. I want to redesign this just a little bit, decorate it correctly before I kind of like fully have the villagers in there. But the first thing, before we even think about getting those villagers down here, we need to get the zombification machine up and running. And we need to figure out where we're putting the zombification machine. The more I look at it, the more I'm thinking this corner here would be great, which means terraforming all of this to prepare for the zombification machine, and then maybe blocking out where that machine is going to go. So when I say terraform, it means getting rid of all the surface dirt and replacing it with stone. So it's just basic stripping the area. Probably get rid of the andesite as well. Just replacing it with stone, and then we can also like shave bits off and do other things. We've also got that little area here, which I'm thinking maybe if we can get everything correct, that's where the iron farm is going to go. So I'm thinking the iron farm is going to be a drop down thing into here. We might have to do a little bit of excavating, a little bit of digging, but we've also got this ravine that we can play with. And I need to okay, so here's the problem with the iron farm. The iron farms that I've designed in the past haven't been very good for caves, right? I've always ended up with golems spawning over here, golems spawning over there, and it probably wouldn't be a bad idea for me to either one, redesign an iron farm. I mean, there's been multiple changes since my last iron farm. The last iron farm I did was for 1.15, so there's been multiple changes to the games, and I think iron spawn rates have changed. So maybe a new design is in order. Something that will mean that I don't have to necessarily worry about iron golems spawning in places like here when there's only really like one spot for them. I need to relook at how that works. Also, it doesn't need to be a super mega iron farm. It just needs to trickle in a small amount of iron. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking that the cactus farm over here, what we've got, is actually perfect for cactus. Like, I'm never going to use all this cactus in here, and you can't trade the cactus, right? So something this size, really small, really compact, I think that works. I still want more sugarcane. I have been raiding the sugarcane. So I have been getting quite a bit of sugarcane, but at some point I would like to extend this. Actually, maybe this is option number 4, is start work on the extension for the sugarcane / decorate the room to make this look good. So that's option number 4. So just to recap, option number 1 is exterior pathways. Option number 2 is interior bee cottage. Option number 3 is villager zombification machine layout and subsequent trading hall. And option number 4 is the sugarcane farm / I'll also add maybe looking at finalizing this cow farm, because I mean, I never use this thing, but it would be nice just to have this finalized and looking good. Which would include like a kill area, but I mean that's only gonna take like a few minutes. I don't think that's gonna properly tax me. I might want to redesign the exterior, and that could be like a whole other project for another time. But yeah. So those are the 4 options right there. So what do you think? Number 1, I need the most, or number 2, you want me to see doing the most? It's up to you guys, because I could do any of those today. I'll tell you what, for the time being, I'm gonna get some dirt and some grass from in here, and we're just gonna start like tidying up some of these chests, because I'm creating a chest monster already. Do you know what? At some point we do need like a proper storage. Option number 2, interior stuff. That was for the bee farm, right, Buzz? Hey, Buzz, how's it going, my dude? So just so you're aware, so you're making a fully informed decision. I'm not going to be doing detailing like this interior today. It would literally be, well, actually we might get to that. I don't know. It depends how creative I'm feeling. Ahoy hoy. It would literally be marking out all the individual rooms in here. So I'm envisioning there being 2 layers, obviously ground floor, upper floor. We've got windows for the upper floor, so it kind of makes sense. But I'm also thinking that probably there would be a landing here. I don't know what that window would be for. I don't know. We'll have to play around with it. It's an odd shape. I'm not very good at interior anyway. Just as a general rule, I'm not very good. But I think that it's going to be an interesting challenge to... You fuck off. Get out of here. He didn't scare me, it's fine. Jesus, there's a lot of mobs. Do you know what? The fact that there are a lot of mobs out on the surface does tell me that I've lit up the majority of the caves around here. Wing it. I mean, I will have to wing it. To be fair, like with interior stuff, I have to design them in creative. Like I'm really not very good at interior designs, so it will be a matter of winging it, and we won't get the whole thing done today. There's not a chance. So if option number 2 is kind of like the favorite, we can have a go with this. The main purpose for this is so that we can add a secret entrance into the tunnels in this building as well. Because at the moment we've got 2 ways to get into the caves, although that being said, one of the ways I haven't really finished. I haven't really created an entrance, it's just a hole at the moment. So obviously you've got the underground tunnel that is fully complete in the starter. Oh. I think the cat's got the right idea. Climb over the barrels. Get out of here, cat. But then there's also this way in here, which I will turn this into like a piston trapdoor thing at some point. I just can't be bothered. I just haven't been bothered. I'm not sure whether that's just going to be an exit or just an entrance kind of thing. I'm thinking it's just an entrance into the pits. So we do have 2 separate entrances into the pits, into the underground, but this is going to be more of a direct entrance into the mega kind of bee honey farm, mainly for the honey blocks, because you know, honey blocks are actually quite expensive, so having a shed ton of these, we've got pretty much unlimited glass bottles because we've got villagers, so not going to be too bad. But yeah, so I want some form of entrance in here, so I guess we can work on this today. So I'm tempted to move all of my junk out of here so that we can start planning out where things are going to go. It's either that or we put them in this corner over here where I think they're going to be out the way. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to regret this. Actually, before I do that, let's empty out my inventory, because otherwise I'm just going to be struggling. How are you, Boz? What have you been doing? I need to empty everything. Actually, I might get rid of half of the tools as well. Doing alright. Work's keeping you very busy. I can imagine it is. I mean, it's quite big. A big time period. I've got a lot of birch leaves in there. Why do I have birch leaves in here? What is this for? Oh, this was for custom trees. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine it's quite busy at the moment. Alright, let's put the gold digger away. We don't need that. Probably won't need the hoe either. He's just consolidating things. Definitely will need the spoon, so we'll do that. Yeah, no, I'm good. Again, work's keeping me very busy as well, although I have just had 2 weeks straight of annual leave, which has been very nice. I've needed the rest. But I've not really done much. Sadly, this is my inner child coming out here. I've been collecting football stickers for the World Cup. That's pretty much all I've done this week. Over the last couple of weeks, rather. I've been doing the football stickers. I've pretty much completed now. 2 weeks annual leave. Yeah, I've got 2 more weeks annual leave in yeah, nice. I know. I'm a child inside. I'm not a huge fan of football I'm not a huge fan of football, but I do like doing the football stickers. I always enjoyed it when I was a kid. Okay, now I'm just making a mess, aren't I? Yeah. Wait. The chest's in there somewhere. There they are. I don't know what half of this junk is, actually. I think this is like kind of the leftovers from when we were building the house. And I presume these bee nests actually have bees in them. I used to love those books. Yeah, same. Obviously I don't do the Premier League stuff anymore. Like, I used to do the Premier League books, like, all the time. I remember... I think I probably stopped about 2002. That was when I hit secondary school, and then it was like uncool to do them, I think. So I probably stopped. I didn't do the 2002 one. But I remember doing the Premier League ones, but subsequent World Cups, I've always done the World Cup books because, you know, it's kind of a bit more special, right? Apart from 2018, I didn't do it in 2018. I can't remember why I didn't do it in 2018. I think financial. Think it was financial reasons, you know, being a grown-up, having a mortgage, that sort of thing. So it's like, but I'm a lot more secure now, so I've done it again this time out. Okay, right, let's just put these... Does that still open? It does. Let's put those kind of out the way. In terms of the... I can't put a bed on a crafting table? That's criminal. I can't? Fine, we'll put it there. In terms of the villager... So this is a previously zombified villager that's in this. I think I mean, we can move him accordingly. Oh, okay, you're now a fisherman. Sure. You do you. Hey, Bars, how's it going? How much do the packs cost? Well, so I always remember as a kid they cost like 40p or something like that per pack, but now they're 90p. So I think one of the reasons I didn't do it in 2018 was because it had that huge price increase from like 50 pence to 90 pence per pack, and it's like, well, this is just silly. However, in the 2014 World Cup, Panini never got the official license for the England players. So I was looking back at the 2014 book that I've got and completed, and all of the England players are just like really crap images, and half of that team that they've put in there wasn't actually in the World Cup. It was just like, you know, Frank Lampard and people that had retired like 3 years ago. And it's just like, really? What is the point in this? Like, what is the actual point? Like, why did you do this? So that, and I've kind of done a little bit of investigation. It's because the FA pretty much said, no, Panini, you're not offering us enough money for our players. We want more money. And so they had to put the price up because they were pretty much charged double the price for the 2018 World Cup. So it was kind of a double-edged sword for Panini. It's not really Panini's fault, but it also is because they're, you know, money-grabbing whorebags that like to get as much money from children as possible. Sounds like the FA, absolutely, yeah. No, I have no doubt that it stemmed from the FA doing it just, yeah. I like panini sandwiches. We're talking about football stickers. So I think that's how it is. It makes sense. Okay, so walls. I'm thinking there's a wall here, right? So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to start like placing down these grass blocks to see if we can make a logical pattern for rooms and stuff. I think that's the best way to do it. So I mean, I feel like there's a logical wall there because you've got a one gap, bit of a awkward space. I might fill this space in, or I don't know. But I also feel like there's a logical wall here, which I know that's going to look weird. However, that creates quite an interesting little box shape. Something like this. And what I'm kind of seeing here is that that's the doorway into this room, right? So, or maybe that doesn't work. Well, actually, no. This is the doorway into this room, and this is separate, right? If you're wondering why I'm doing this out of like grass blocks and dirt blocks, it's because it's easy to break. It's insta-mined with my shovel, so, you know. And, yeah, so because it's easy to break... Actually, we could maybe do a double door there. I don't know how that would look. And let me guess, there's no torchlight in here now, is there? No. I'm sure there's a torch in here somewhere, though. Maybe? There is one. No even numbers, Womble. Yeah, I know. We don't like even numbers. I don't like even numbers, but the whole build is kind of even numbers in places. Like, those windows are even numbers, and the reason why I did it like that is because from the front it looks quite good, because I've kind of I've done step-ins, right? So that which is closer has a smaller window than that which is further away. So then when you look at it from afar, it has a natural kind of balance to it. So there is rhyme between my reason, you know. And I think it works. It works on the exterior, but I don't know whether I'm going to be able to make it work on the interior. It's quite an interesting challenge. So if that means that this hallway here is 3 wide, that wall comes out a little bit far, so I'm actually thinking about getting rid of this corner. We also need to figure out a staircase up to the top as well. Now this is quite a big room, actually. BRB stuff and things? Sure. This is quite a big room. Okay. So maybe we get rid of this wall and push this back to here, which is directly in line with that window. So that window would have to either go or move. No, I don't want to change that. This is quite a small room as well. So this is a small room and this is a big room, and maybe what I'm thinking here actually is we keep the brown center together and cut it off there instead. So that closes this room down a little bit, and we can do like, I mean, okay, so what do we want? What do we want on the interior? What would be good? Any plans for KSP2? Well, I'm working pretty much all the way through February, so I'm not going to be able to stream it immediately. But yeah, I've got some ideas. Yeah, I don't like that. I think a single door there, even though you've got, well, you can put something in that corner to kind of hide that. Yeah, so I mean, I'm kind of working a lot, but I've got ideas. I've got ideas. So the initial release for KSP2 is going to be, it's got staged release, right? So it's going to go into early access. The first part of early access is just sandbox mode, and it's pretty much the Kerbin system. So pretty much everything you've got on Kerbal 1. There's not going to be as many parts as KSP, as what KSP has currently, because it's still in development. You're not going to have like the career mode and that sort of stuff. I think that comes in stage 2. Then stage 3, I think, is when you start getting like interstellar hops, or maybe it was multiplayer in stage 3. So that's when it really gets interesting. So we've still got a way before we can do multiplayer and stuff. But basically, they're doing it correctly. They're doing early access on it, which I like. So I kind of like this. I'm liking this vibe. This room is not too small. This room is definitely a room. And we've also got a lot of area here. Now, where would the staircase be? Originally I was intending it to go kind of like snaking around up to the top there, where these are. So maybe like kind of a upwards thing round this corner maybe, and then above the door. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. I mean, obviously... Can I delete this? I cannot. Okay, so it's got to go around that. And then get onto this level. I feel like this is too high, though. So this level is, like, 1 block too high. So we'll, yeah. I think that's right. Does that feel right for here though? If we had the roof like that. Bear in mind that can be slabs. Does that feel like a good height? Yeah. We can do slabs so we can get it a little bit higher. At least we're getting something. Yeah, I think the devs for Kerbal 2 have realized that, I mean, one of the biggest strengths in... Oh, do we want to be on this? Do we want to be on this? Do we want to be on that height here for this window? I think we do actually, don't we? Yeah, I think we do. So actually, it is this height. Yeah, no, I think the devs for Kerbal do seem to be doing it well at the moment. So they've admitted they've had issues and drawbacks, which you do with any project, and they've been very cautious. I think there was a lot of hype early. There was too much hype early, in my opinion. Like that whole announcement trailer and things like that. In my personal opinion, they announced it far too early. But there have obviously been drawbacks as well, like with COVID and stuff like that, and other issues that they've had. So that would be the height. So this would be the floor height for this. I don't know, chat. Do we do this height here, or do we do one? I mean, we could do slabs. We could do lower slabs on this, right? So. Do I have any slabs? So I could do it at that point. Let's just try. I'm just trialing and erroring something. A little bit of trial and error, and we can always fill that in with other stuff. Okay, he's not getting in, so that's okay. So this, I think this works a little bit better. I don't know, it's difficult. What is it like from under here? Yeah, this is alright. Yeah, no, back to Kerbal. Yeah, you see, actually, I think I was right the first time. I think I don't want that. So this kind of height for the floor. I think the original floor was better, and we can do more with it with it being on this height. If it was like you're standing on half slabs, like I can put like carpet and stuff on top of this, and we can do a little bit more decoration stuff, and we can actually put things on top of the half slabs. Whereas if it was half, like that sort of half slabs, it's going to be a little bit more challenging to decorate. So I think this height is the right height, because if we look at this, that's the same as what we see here, right? And also it will be the same as what I've got in the other house, because that's usually what I do with windows. I have like a step up. I mean, that's just, you know, it's just natural to do that, right? Yeah. I hate doing interiors. It is kind of funny, because whenever I look out this window, I do always stand on the chair. And then get right up to the window. Okay. Okay, so now we need to... I just watched a zombie despawn. So yeah, no, with Kerbal 2, I'm excited for it. I definitely think it's going to be quite interesting, but unfortunately I'm not going to be able to play it in as much detail as what I would maybe like to play. Okay, so now we've kind of got... am I happy with this room as a room? I think I am. So let's just roof everything off with dirt for the time being. We'll just kind of see where we're at. And then we'll figure out if we can, where we can put stuff in. You smell of nerd. It's only because I haven't showered. I mean, what? I'm tempted to remove this window. I'm gonna have to move all of those chests. It might even be better to move these chests so they're outside, actually. Hey, animal. I am starting layout procedures for figuring out what all of the different interior rooms for the beekeeper's hut is going to be. So basically what I need to kind of like figure out in my head is what would be in a beekeeper's hut. We can label all the different rooms. So I definitely feel like there would be some form of kitchen area, but in the kitchen they're going to be mainly like working with like honey blocks and things like that. They're going to be making the honey, right? So this is where they're going to be making the honey. Or maybe they would do that in this area. This could be the making the honey zone. I don't know. No, I think this is the honey making area. So this is the honey making room. This room is going to be like kind of more of a living area. So think living room, sofa, that sort of stuff, more viewable, maybe some like bookshelves or ornaments, that sort of thing. This is just a generic hallway. Then the stairs would kind of snake around here, and then we need a bedroom, probably. So I'm thinking maybe 2 bedroom. I don't know. This is where it's going to get difficult, I think, because we need to kind of like extend on the hallway. But not just that. We need a secret passageway to get down below. And now I'm looking at it, I'm thinking the honey making room. That's where it's at. It's going to have to be in here, right? Because if you think about it, I mean, we've not got much room to play around with. But if we have like a hidden staircase that just appears here, or like appears here kind of thing, going down into the tunnels, that's where they're actually making the honey, right? That's where they're actually getting the honey from. They're not actually getting it from the honey groves, which are the bee groves out here. They're actually making it from the honey that they've got all these fantastic machines down underground, right? So yeah, that lore-wise, I'm thinking a retractable staircase that just appears and then disappears, which is going to be difficult because I've never been able to do that redstone-wise. I'd have to come up with... Well, no, I have done it before, but it's been disappointing. I'd really have to do some brain work for that, I think. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking secret hidden and staircase here that goes down into the caves. And then we need to hook that up with the actual cave network itself and have a super mega bee farm. And then everything up here, we still need to kind of break it up a little bit more. I gotta be careful with that. So this needs to be extended. We need like a central pillar column here. Well, maybe we don't worry about this until later. Like we can do the upper floor because this is all immaterial, right? The main reason I wanted to do this was so that we can start figuring out where this secret hidden bee farm access panel is going to be, and maybe we can start like designing this room. This would be quite an interesting room to design. So obviously not using the roof. So I'm looking at this room, and we've got a lot of like this muddy. Oh, I heard you. Where you gone? Come back here. Oh, you dick. I heard him. Where the fuck did he go? He had a piece of grass from somewhere, and that'll be from one of my terraforming things, and now he's gonna go and place it somewhere. I need to get rid of Enderman griefing. I need to do that. That's definitely on my to-do list. Because it is just so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Look! Data pack. I'm thinking I do. I need a data pack, yeah. Hell yeah. Suck it, dick. That, by the way, was probably one of the best things I think I've ever done. Flown down, placed a bed because I knew he was behind me, turn around, and he's in the thing. Here's an actual data pack. Well, I'm looking at Exumavoid's data packs, actually. But number one, I trust him. But again, like, the problem that I've been having is that these data packs are old. I don't think they work anymore. So I need a data pack that works with 1.19. Because that data pack there, yeah, vanilla tweaks, yeah. I'm tempted with vanilla tweaks because I also kind of want to get rid of creeper griefing as well. But at the same time, creeper griefing you can prevent, right? There's ways to prevent that. Number one, don't be an idiot. Don't stand out in the wild. You know, light up your builds, right? Number two, if you hear that sizzle, get the fuck out. Like, get the fuck out. And then if it does blow something up, you have to rebuild, right? So that feels like a mechanic. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But having a mob that you can't stop, you can't prevent from spawning anywhere, just going up to this dirt block, picking it up and going, ha ha ha, I'm taking that, then warping down into a cave network, then you've just got grass everywhere in freaking caves. That's not a good mechanic. I've never liked that mechanic. Like, creepers were designed to be for, like, to troll the player, right? That was what it was designed to do. And, yeah, a little bit shitty, but it's fine. I can get over with that, you know, I'm fine with that. Enderman? What's the point? What is the point? Like, how does that ever, like, you know what I mean? And the fact that you can't turn it off is incredibly frustrating. 3-year-old has a 2-year-old Enderman data pack, yeah. With creepers, they can get hurt by straying arrows, then they attack the skeleton, they get yeah, they can do that. But again, like, there's ways for the player to prevent that, right? Just light up your builds, and creepers and skeletons aren't going to be spawning anywhere near you. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's a rarity, exactly. Like, that's not such a common... The Enderman is such a common occurrence. It's just mind-bogglingly annoying. And it's kind of at the point now where every server I'm aware of has an Enderman, like, an Enderman pack. It's like, well... all the big servers, like, all those big servers, they've got Enderman data packs, right? So because why would you want the game to just come in and be a dick? It's like, here, I'm going to take this grass block that you just placed down. Ha 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 ha, bye. And it also means things like you can't kind of terraform in the end with, like, dirt and gravel and things like that. You can't do that because the Enderman will just spawn on top and then just nick it. Okay. Thanks. Okay. I hate that in the end. Yeah, that's really annoying because there's nothing more Minecraft than taking a biome in Minecraft and turning it into a different biome, right? That's quintessential Minecraft. Like, literally taking something and turning it into something else. That is what Minecraft is. That's what it's good for. So the fact that there's a whole mechanic where yeah, I don't know. It infuriates me. It's one of the few things about Minecraft that generally pisses me off. So, okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to delete a staircase here. And, okay, so gotta be careful. I'm not knocking my head, so it should still be okay. And there it is. That's where we want to go in. So I was actually really accurate as well with this. So this is where we want to enter, because I believe this connects up into my cave somewhere. So secret hidden bee farm is really gonna be quite easy to find. I've also placed blocks over this bit as well. So this is where we want the secret hidden entrance to be. I'm trying to think where it goes though. It's not in that direction. It must be in this direction. But anyway, it definitely connects up with the cave, and if it doesn't, we can always make it connect up, right? Like, that's not going to be difficult to find where the coordinates need to be. Create one of these tunnels and, like, terraform it out. That sort of stuff. I might want to bring the tunnel system a little bit lower down. Maybe it is this way? Maybe it's over there? It might be over here. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've been in this cave network. This definitely looks like this is somewhere where I've pillared out before. Oh, maybe... Oh, no! I remember. Yes. Yes. There's one of them. He's got a block. See, you can tell that the Endermans have been teleporting to here because of all the grass blocks. But, oh, no, I know where this is. This is where the, the sheep field's going to be. So this is potentially where the sheep farm is going to be. Underneath there. So, yeah. I'm sure it connects up with my cave somewhere. Maybe it's this way. I can't remember. It is a bit of a maze around here. There's a lot of cave I need to light up, actually. I thought I'd got the majority of this. So at some point we need to come down here and, like, just go ham on torches. Where does this even go to? Ooh. Okay, it's dead end. But all of this needs to be lit up. I'm now, like, in pitch black. But, oh, I don't even have any freaking torches with me. I do have the latest version of Optifine now, so we can do that. And now I'll be able to see. They shouldn't be able to pick up blocks under their feet, only next to their feet, so flat grass island on the end should be fine. Yeah, but that doesn't look nice. That's the problem. Yeah, great. There's a way around the stupid mechanic by making things look really ugly. As soon as you want to add height, depth, and stuff into your builds, your Enderman's just going to troll you. It's like, ha ha ha. It's actively a way of disencouraging kind of good builds, if you know what I mean. Like, it's a way of saying, hey, we've built this game here where you've got a sandbox, you can build whatever you want to build. You can have as many blocks as you would like. However, we're not going to let you. You know, it's such a stupid mechanic. I'm gonna keep harping on about how crap this mechanic is. I know there's a way out of here somewhere. Fine, whatever, there's a creeper over there. Okay, so I'm sure it connects up with that tunnel. Oh, okay, so the tunnel goes in that direction. So where does it connect up? So I think I have to go down and then head in this direction. Because if I have a look over here, this... See, this is where I'm thinking it connects up with. I'm thinking it connects up with this path. But, oh, it doesn't. No, that connects up directly into my tunnel there. Okay. So, I need to build some... Oh, it might be this path then, maybe, that connects up? Or maybe it's close. It might be close to connecting up. But either way, there's definitely some form of tunnel building or tunnel expansion we need to get around. Yeah, it might be this. That is an interesting grass block, different color. There's a light source up there, but I think that's glow lichen. Thank you. On the last gym server to making a zoo in the end that never happened. Yeah, that's the zoo didn't happen because so what are we doing? We're designing interior for my beekeeper's cottage. That's what we're doing. Yeah, that didn't happen because the Endermen were picking up grass blocks. I'm fully aware of it. Yeah. It's such a shame. It's like it is a stupid mechanic. I'm gonna be harping on about that for a long time. What was this bit for? I think we can probably fill this in because I think whatever I had planned there is not gonna happen now. So I think the original concept of that was where the villagers were gonna be, but I don't want the villagers there. I want them elsewhere. Is this still just single player? This is still just single player. I put vanilla tweaks, no Enderman griefing mod. There's no Enderman griefing mod in vanilla tweaks? I thought there was. Because that's what they've got on Hermitcraft, right? They use vanilla tweaks. The only thing I want from vanilla tweaks is the Enderman... No, Enderman griefing. That's what I want. I thought there was in vanilla tweaks. Oh, that's the name of the mod, no Enderman griefing. Okay, yeah, so it is in vanilla tweaks. I thought so. Got you. Got you. Yep. Sorry, I'm like 4 steps behind what I want to do. Okay, let's start. Should we start playing around with some blocks here? Okay, so if this is the entrance to where the bee cave is going to be. So this is the entrance here. All right, that's where the entrance goes, at least temporarily. I might change where the staircase, like the entrance to the staircase is going to be here. We might change where this bit is. So we've got quite a lot of room here, and I'm thinking, you know, I'm going to need quite a bit of room with like the piston action and stuff. So I need to make sure that this connects up with my cave, right? We want a tunnel or some form of tunnel system that connects up back here, which is actually quite difficult because without a spectator mode, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I guess I'm just going to have to get coordinates and mine, but I'm really hoping that there's some form of tunnel system somewhere. Like, there's got to be a better way than just mining to it. Game needs fireman pole. Fireman pole. That would be pretty cool, actually. Well, I guess the fireman pole in the game is more like the bubble elevator kind of things, because you can go down them as well as you're going up, right? Like, actually, I don't think you do need a fireman pole because you've got gravity and then water at the bottom. That's kind of your fireman pole. 1 by 1, jump, right? Fireman don't go up poles, they only go down them. The Nethervine also works. That's a good, yeah, Nethervine, or like any, yeah, actually Nethervine is quite a good, yeah, that, because that brings you down slowly, doesn't it? Or like ladders, you know. but the thing is, yeah, I mean, the thing is with the fireman pole is that basically you're going down at quite a speed and you're able to add friction to the pole to slow you down. Okay, anyway. Right, so, what would be in here? Be in here? Do you get it? What would be in here? So, headcanon lore-wise, this room, this is the room where the beekeeper takes all of the nice little honeycombs and things like that and turns it into jars of honey. Or maybe turns them into blocks of honey, you know, that sort of thing, right? So we've got honeycomb to honey jars, that sort of thing. We need to have a little bit of glass operation. Maybe we could have like a little bit of like a stack of honey round the side, that sort of thing. Honey block counters, definitely. So some form of counter system that goes around here, I think. How are we going to hide this? I think the floor should just be open like that. Maybe? I don't know. Furnace for things? Would we need a furnace? Now, if I added a block there, can I still get down this? I can. Okay, so we've got an option of having an extra block there if we wanted to, and pulling this back, I guess. So we've got that option. I'm just trying to make the most sense out of this. And then we're going to start... And we're going to start having a look at different job blocks and stuff that we can add into this to make it look good. And obviously all of this area is going to need to be redesigned at some point and made to look cool. But that's a thing for another thing. Got to make glass. For the glass, flower pot for a pet bee, and I think there wouldn't be pet bees in here. All the bees are going to be outside, all the pet bees are going to be outside in these hives here, right? So the idea of this background is that we've got like 8, maybe 16 hives and lots of flowers, lots of foliage, that sort of thing. Because why would you want a bunch of bees inside the house? That seems dangerous. However, you're always going to get bees inside the house, right? So maybe we do have like a pet bee in here. That's quite a cool idea. Maybe like a hidden beehive up here or something. I don't know. So counters. I think I want to start working on the walls. So what are the walls going to look like? Are we going to stick with the mud brick kind of texture with the mushroom? Or do we want to go white with the quartz? Now bear in mind, this wall is shared, right? So whatever I do on this wall, it's going to appear here in the hallway. And the hallway is already made up of like 3 different blocks, because I've got the red strips and stuff. So maybe that wall there has to be either mushroom stem or quartz. Scaffolding walls. I don't have any scaffolding. I don't have any. I haven't been able to find any bamboo. It's very annoying. Right, let's have a look at the different blocks we've got available. Right, first thing I want to do, I want to empty out my inventory. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 ba-ba-dum, ba-bum, bum, bum, bum. There we go. Cool. That just empties out my inventory so then I can see what we've got available. Okay, so we've got a lot of them brown mushroom left. We've got some mud bricks. Not very many mud bricks because I didn't really farm the mud, the packed mud itself. Might need to do that at some point. We've got a lot of soil though, dirt, so we can turn the dirt into packed mud quite easily. I think. Is it just dispenser with a water bottle or something like that into the mud? Bee house doesn't do much, I guess. No, I mean, like, effectively what this cottage would do is they would make bottles of honey to sell. So this is kind of like the kitchen, the workshop area. So we definitely need some form of, like, counters that wrap around here, maybe. Dispense water bottles to make the mud. Yeah, I thought that was the case. I'm sure I'll figure out some system in a sec to make that work. So we can get mud quite easily because we've got quite a lot of dirt. But I do have packed mud there. What other browns do we have? Do I have any spruce in there? In here? I don't have any spruce, so maybe spruce is an option. I'm thinking the floor would be spruce. Maybe. I've also got mushroom stems, also got some smooth quartz. Now, that's gonna be in... I've got a lot of mushroom stems left, so that's good. I've got bone blocks as well, which could be quite good for like a whiter wall. I've got diorite, I guess. Also an option. More smooth quartz. Okay, so we've got options here. I've got options. I don't need to go farming, so that's good. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn that into fireworks because I can. And I'm fed up being on the ground. I do have a bit of deep slate too. So that's also an option because there are places. I think the deep slate's going to come into the walls on this level because there's a lot of deep slate on the exterior, right? So we can have like a deep slate wall thing going on. Where's your array of masons that sell you all the terracotta colours? I haven't got around to it yet. There's a lot of stuff that I haven't done in this world just because I haven't had the time. Like that, the problem with that is that that takes a lot of time. I've only ever done that once, and that was in Jimorian's world, and that was with the help of Animal. So that was 2 of us, and that still took us like 2-3 days straight to get all of those masons. It took a long time. That was a big grind. And I don't have the facility to be able to do that just yet. Mind you, it's fairly easy to get like a villager breeder, and they don't need to be zombified either, the masons. So I wouldn't have to put them through a zombification machine, which is good. Okay, let's start working at the walls. So I think this wall needs to be white. So I'm actually going to do it from this side because I think it's more important it matches on this side than what it does in the kitchen. So let's get these stems, and we're just I'm gonna fill it with stems. Ah, that's annoying. Because you know what that's gonna do, yep. Sandstone masons don't sell sand or sandstone. Yeah. Masons don't sell sand or sandstone. No, they don't. So you still have to go out to the desert and strip mine and mine that like crazy to get those. Okay, so I think that's fine in here. I think this works. Now, this wall as well could potentially still be the mushroom stem. I definitely want another form of this like going around. So let's do this bit here. For the time being, I'm just going to do mushroom. Whoops. That's not annoying at all. Ah, damn it. This one there, that one there. The oak is only temporary because I don't like the transition. Okay, so that's at least something, and then this, I still think we could add in things like that in places, this sort of thing. Just adds a little bit of texture to the... There we go. So that wraps around there. I think that looks good. And then this wall here, I'm thinking keep it with the mushroom stem. I think these mushroom stems are quite powerful as wallpaper. Okay. How is this looking? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? As a kind of like a blank template. Right, flooring. What are we doing for the flooring for in here? Because this flooring is going to be different to everywhere else, I think. Ooh, I'm not so sure about that. We could cover that up with more of this. It's going to be difficult to build in that kind of section there anyway, so yeah, maybe that might help us a little bit, like just narrowing that down. Barrels for the floor. Don't have any barrels in here. I'll have to go and get some. That's not a bad idea. So the only issue with barrels for the floor... Right, actually, there's a number of different issues. So this, when we walk down, you'll be able to see the edge of the barrels. It's not going to look quite good. Number two, I've got barrels... Oh, I know what I want. I know what flooring I want. Number two, I've already got barrels here. Actually, that's not flooring. That's the roof. Look, so it does. I've always been a little bit like, yeah, it's not great. But I've got barrels here. Look, like all the way. I guess it's not flooring. It's roof tiles. But we could use barrels. But I think I know what I want. I think I want it to be lighter rather than darker, the floor. Or we could still use barrels, because we can have like some form of like storage and stuff. Can you just not be there? Thank you. Let's... I'm curious. I mean, we're gonna have to use that as flooring at some point. What does the underbelly of this look like? Much of the same. We're gonna have to use that at some point. So it's such a unique block. So I'm thinking in here, I want it to be lighter because you've got dark walls, right? Yeah, so maybe they match up kind of thing. Actually, I'm not sure. When you get villages, you could all have fishermen conventions there. The villages aren't going to be above ground. I've already got villages. They're not going to be above ground. They're going to be trapped underground. I'm not sure if I like that, actually. I need to make a few more, that's the problem. Before I make a full decision on this. It's a bit too light. I thought it was a little bit darker than that. I knew it was like a unique texture, but... I think it's honeycomb, right? That we use? Here, we'll make a full stack. Because I'm sure at some point I will be using them as flooring or roof tiling. So I'll make a full stack. Do I have a... Do we have wood? Oh yeah, I've got loads. What am I on about? We use the oak. No. Oh. Damn, they're expensive, aren't they? I'll tell you what, I'm going to go and take from the other wood reserves. Do you have bamboo? You do have small drip leaf. They're actually quite rare. And nautilus shells, but no bamboo. And you've got fire coral block, but not the actual fire coral. Annoying. I'm going to get the small drip leaf though. So they are quite rare. That's quite a rare block. It's difficult to farm as well, right? Shall we get the nautilus shells? May as well. They can be really annoying to get to. Actually, not too useless. I don't want the ice. That's probably good that he came along because I didn't have any small drip leaf left. Right, what was I in here for? I was after wood. So let's get some oak wood. There we go, 56. That will do. Nautilus shells. Do I even have a place for nautilus shells? Or have I just been... okay, so I've got 10 nautilus shells now. So we've got enough for a conduit. So that's nice. It's good to know. Good to know. Oh, yeah, the honeycomb block. I don't know where I'm going to get that in. Like, we might... Maybe that for a flooring. That's quite a big flooring pattern. The honeycomb block. I completely forgot that this was in the game. It's so bright. Honeycomb block. Ooh, ooh, that's no, I don't like that. Okay, so if we were to do this. Oh, it's directional. Ah, good to know. Okay, that changes things. Now we definitely don't want bees in here. Because they will actually be in the floors. Or maybe we do want that. Not sure if they can enter those hives. They can enter, they won't be able to exit. What do we think of that? Now, next question. Are these piston movable? It's a trap. Yeah, they can enter those hives, they won't be able to exit. What was I after? I was after... Oh, I don't even have any pistons. That's disappointing. Oh! So, those beehives are not stacking. Which tells me that these beehives here actually have bees in them? How can that... Why are they not stacking? It's got 2 tags. MBT, 2 tags. How... What? I do not understand. F3. What are the tags? Minecraft, it's empty. Beehives, axe, honey level 0, facing north. I think it's more they have honey value. They don't. Honey level 0. Honey level 0. They're both the same. They're both empty. They should stack. Oh, now... Is it because they've been placed? So once you place them, they end up with some tags? So if you've crafted them, and then you've picked them up and then placed them and then put them back down and then pick them back up again, they end up with tags. So really what you should do, if you want them all to stack, that's a weird mechanic. There you go. Now they're all stacked. Yeah, so that's the case. Don't get a tag until they get used. Yeah, they do. That's obviously an oversight in my opinion. What happens if you put the hive in the crafting grid itself? Good question. Nothing. Oh, as in, oh well, it's too late now. Yeah, that's an oversight in my opinion. It doesn't get a tag until you've placed it down, which means that if you place a beehive down and then pick it back up, it goes into a separate stack, which is, I don't like that. Shulker boxes have that too. Yeah, but shulker boxes don't stack anyway, so that is immaterial. It doesn't matter whether a shulker box has it or not, because that doesn't affect how much you can stack, whereas beehives it does, because you have to stack them together, which means you end up with like a filled inventory. It's already more difficult. It's already difficult to keep your inventory empty because of the sheer amount of blocks, but effectively Minecraft is just creating blocks upon blocks. That's like saying, well, let's craft up some chests, put them in our inventory, but then when you place down one chest and then pick it back up, it doesn't go back into the same stack. It doesn't make any sense that that's the case. Now, I get it if the beehives had like 1 level of honey or 2 levels of honey, and then they do need to be separate. That makes sense. But like in that instance there, what we've just seen, basically the hives are just not like, they're both the same hives, but one of them has a tag and one of them doesn't, so they don't stack. It's silly. Like, don't have that tag system on the hives, or as soon as you create them, create the empty tag system, if that makes sense. Yeah, but shift-clicking them from the inventory to the chest sometimes doesn't happen on the shulkers in your inventory. Yeah, I guess so, but I mean, you tend not to shift-click shulker boxes into your what's it anyway. I like to organize my shulker boxes, but that's just me. I still don't think the shulker box thing is not necessarily that bad. Like that beehive mechanic is stupid. This is the first time I'm properly using beehives, so yeah, that's just a stupid mechanic. And the fact that that's been in the game since 1.15, we're now on 1.19, so that's 4 versions of the game that hasn't been patched, which tells me that's not going to get patched. Because it just feels like a bug to me. I'm also looking at the loom here for a potential flooring pattern. So what does the loom look like from underneath? Aha. Okay. I will find a use for the goddamn motherfucking loom. Maybe not as flooring. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It is useless. Yeah, it's silly that placing down an empty beehive and then picking it back up doesn't go into the same stack. So but at least now all the beehive, like the fact that I had to pillar up with those beehives to put them all in the same stack was just nonsense. I'm gonna have to remember to do that in the future. Okay, so in terms of flooring for in here, I actually do like the beehives like this. Oh yeah, but now I can't shift click these to select the frickin' beehives because these don't have the same tags. Why is this not a thing? Oh, I hate bees, man. I hate the beehives. It just, you know when you not shift click, when you middle mouse click. So say we get some Smooth quartz. It's in my inventory. I middle mouse click and it selects the smooth quartz into my so that means I can place them dead quick. Alright. You can't do that with beehives, apparently. Can't do it with the beehives. Thanks, Minecraft. Thanks for making my life easier. This is why I don't play with bees. Okay, so in terms of flooring, I quite like the flooring. Just useless, burn it all down. Yeah. Convenience, what is that? Yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah. Okay, so I've said this before. You can definitely tell that the bees were originally put in, and everything that came with the bees were, apart from maybe the honey blocks, were originally put in because the developers didn't know what to put in the patch of 1.15, because effectively 1.15 was just a bug fixing patch, right? The majority of the things that came in that was just bug fixes. Like, they fixed a lot of the stuff with villagers, they fixed a lot of the stuff with all sorts of things like pillager raids, that sort of stuff. Anything that... Oh, you dick, he moved. Fine, get over here. Yeah, psych. Like, anything like that was an issue from 1.14, because 1.14 was kind of a redesign of a lot of the mechanics from the ground up. 1.15 was fixing those bugs. Makes sense. But they introduced these bees because they wanted some content to come out, but you can kind of tell, like, and I've said this loads of times before, you can tell that the bees were just added as a side thought, like, and nobody, like, it wasn't until copper came out that they really had a purpose anyway, and even now, it's only a slim purpose. Great, I can copper block, you know, I can stop my copper from aging by putting honey blocks all over it, which is fine, at least that's got some purpose. It's just annoying. Candles, when did candles come out though? And do we need candles? To be fair, I never really used candles. I mean, they're an interesting... They still pollinate the crops, yeah, but do they though? Like, in what way? You fucking dick! Oh, you're a dick as well. Alright, that's it. I'm gonna die. Get in the fucking boat! Get in the boat! God, get in the boat! Fine, don't get in the boat. See if I care. Give me my goddamn grass block back. Probably came from there. Okay. They fly over the crops while dropping after visiting the flower. The crops get a growth tick. Yeah, but so does bone meal, you know? Like, so that mechanic's already in the game. Just get a bone meal dispenser and do it with bone meal, you know? And it's a lot easier to get bone meal. Like, how often do the bees fly over crops? What, one bee, like, maybe twice a day they come out of their hives? The bees are very slow. Like, and this is the prime example of how slow bee farms are. The honeycomb, that's fine, but like, look at the bee bottles. I've got 2 bee farms dedicated to the bottles themselves, and they pop out like twice a day. It's very rare that they pop out, so it's like, unless you have a lot of bees, it's not really a mechanic that's gonna be of much use. At least not in my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't know. I've never been a huge fan of bees. I think they were I mean, if you're gonna add a mob to the game, you need to give it a purpose, right? And at the beginning, when they added the bees, they didn't have a purpose, so they were just there. They fly over an entire line, and then they get lost, and then they can't get back to their back to the original hive. So then you're not making honey anymore. Because that's another thing with bees, that their pathing system seems to be like really wonky. They don't necessarily work the way that you would expect them to. They just fly off into the distance and then that's it. They get lost and they're gone. But they're still in the game files because they count as entities, so they don't despawn, they just fly away, and then it starts raining, or then they dip into the ocean or water and kill themselves. I don't know, I don't like bees. I don't like bees. And the more I'm doing this... Yeah, you need to make a greenhouse. Yeah, that's what this is supposed to be. You mean for the bees themselves? Well, yeah, this isn't going to be a greenhouse. The actual... then you can make a villager carrot farm or such. Could do... I guess so. I guess you could do it that way. But why would I want to do that when I can just have like a big carrot farm with one villager? Because one villager does a lot in the carrot farms and then just turn it into a carrot farm, which is what I've done before on old versions. In fact, I'm not going to show you, but anyone who was here for the big carrot farm villager thing will know how well those farms worked. And like, yeah, might do something similar. Okay, so do I like this flooring? Do we like the flooring, chat? Do we like the flooring out of the beehives? I'm gonna leave this blank. However, oh, we wanted to find out whether the beehives could be piston pushed, because I'm not sure whether they can. I don't know whether they count as a movable block. That's what we were in the process of trying to figure out before I went on my beehive rant. So let's go and find that out. I always find it weird listening to this song while I'm playing Minecraft, because I think it's one of the bigger YouTubers uses this as like kind of their soundtrack for something Minecraft wise. I think it might be Dream. He uses it for something. I don't know. Where's my piston? Oh, I need iron. I can never remember. Freaking. And I also need slime. Right, now, big question. Can we piston push the beehives? Because I'm not sure we can, but we need to be able to in order to create the staircase. Because it's going to be hidden, so I want the beehives to retract with pistons, if that's what we're using for the flooring there. And like I said, I'm not sure they can. I reckon they're an immovable block, right? But I could be wrong. Yeah. We can't use beehive blocks then, because it's an immovable block. Damn it. Okay, so we can't use that flooring. Not in that room. But we can use that flooring elsewhere. So the flooring here, this needs to be something simpler, because we can't retract the beehives. But we can use it for this room here. And I think this room here would probably work better anyway with the beehives. I think it's Dream that uses this song. I don't know. I don't remember. It's royalty-free music, right? So, right. Let's do this. We'll kind of do it in the same pattern as what we did in the past. So that kind of check pattern, because you know it's easier. Okay, so that would be this room in here, which I think works. Now we need to figure out what flooring we want for here. So maybe we could do deep slate in there. Like have a much darker floor. Or we could do smooth stone. Would smooth stone work alright in here? No, I'm thinking deep slate. Alright, what deep slate? Tiles? Tiles would be quite dark flooring. Now, question with the tiles. No, they always have the same direction, which is fine. I'm actually going to put another beehive. Where's... Oh, I don't have any beehive. Did I put them away? That way? Nope. Because then the door will be embedded, right? So then we'll have like a door. Now I'm not... it's just one that I've got, but... it will be like that kind of thing, right? So the door is kind of embedded in. And I do actually like the dark oak door though. Diamond block floor. I don't have any diamond blocks. So yeah, we could go with the deep slate tiles, maybe? Oh, that's just the normal deep slate. We might have to have a look at the normal deep slate actually, because we can check pattern that or give it some form of pattern. So that's a little bit darker in here, which is not necessarily the worst of things, because I've just got a feeling that this room is going to be quite a bright room anyway, around the walls. So having like a deep slate floor is not terrible. And it definitely feels like it's a different style of room. And then this, I think, is also going to be beehive. Why not? Let's double down on the beehive stuff. How many beehives do we have left? We've got 20. Yeah, I'm going to need more. But yeah, so flooring is good for here. That wall, actually no, let's keep working on this. Do I like this? No, I don't think I do. Let's have a look at normal deep slate. Maybe we can do like some weird pattern with the deep slate, because deep slate has that, but also deep slate has that pattern, which is slightly darker. We can make that look a little bit more like carpety, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. What are we thinking? I'm thinking the tiles are probably going to be better. Why can't I put carpet under a bed wobble? Why can't I carpet log things? You can. But not in the way you're thinking. I will use red wool as an example. You can, however, not in the way that you're thinking. So, say we've got this bed here. I'm going to put it on the dirt so that we can really see the difference, right? So you've got this bed here, and you want to do carpet all the way around it, right? Like, makes sense. Makes sense to have carpet all the way around. But oh no, there's a little bit of grass block that you can see there. So the way to kind of like get around that is put wool there. Then it kind of looks like the carpet is being pressed down by the bed because the bed's got use, and you've got this like really cool little texture, and you can add lighting underneath the carpet. So that's what I would do. From a distance, it looks like the carpet is underneath the bed. So you can do it. Maybe using red wool and a red bed isn't a good enough example, but that's the concept. So you just put your wool block underneath the bed. So you can do it. However, There is a problem with that. Might as well just wool floor the whole thing, forget the carpet. Well, okay, so the difference with the having the carpet there is really you don't want to wool carpet everything, right? Because carpet, you want to use it more like a rug than carpet flooring, right? Flooring type. So you're thinking like, so that bed there has a rug that goes around the bed, and then what you have next to it, next to this area would be maybe some like wooden planks or something like that, right? Let's use the birch planks, for example. So your birch planks is actually your flooring, and then you've got like kind of like a rug that goes around the bed. It's very similar to what I did in my bedroom. Will you go away? With the bedroom up here, I think, if I remember correctly. Now, the difference with this bedroom, the reason why it worked with this bedroom is because the flooring is actually double layered. So I think underneath that block there is like wool, something like that. Is that right? Is that what I did? Oh, no, that's what I did. Yeah. So this is your carpet, kind of goes around the outside of the bed itself. And then the flooring is the spruce, right? So you got a little bit of a carpet area around this, if that makes sense. Now, where I couldn't put the carpet, oh, I could put it there if I wanted to. I could, but I kind of like the, yeah. But yeah, it's kind of what I did here. So I'm using the carpet sparingly. It's not the entire floor. It's sparingly through the build kind of thing. And it just helps accent things. It gives a little bit of depth because it's got that thin layer, which isn't found. And then I've also got the poster kind of fabric that's draping off of here. This is just banners. These are red banners there, which I think looks pretty cool. I think it looks even better at the back there. So you've got like those poster banners in the back of this bed. This bed, also you've got wall blocks for the pillows, even though there are pillows there. But the pillows brought up, and then you've got 3 beds put together, so it's like a super king bed, king size bed. And it's functional, it's a functional bed. That's what I wanted. I wanted a super huge bed, king size, that was functional. And I think I did a pretty good job with that. Most people, when they're building their own beds, would just go, like just red wool here. So it's not actually a functional bed. I was tempted to do that, but I wanted a functional bed in this room. And again, like more carpet, so it's a rug. It's a centerpiece rug. It's not like a full carpet. So the exterior is all the spruce all the way around. So that's kind of how I use carpet. I use it as an accent rather than just entire flooring all the way through, right? I don't. And you're not. I'll leave them to it. So yeah, it's that sort of style. Wren king sized dirt bed? I don't know what that is. Yeah. So yeah, that is how you would do it if you wanted to put a carpet underneath the bed itself. That's how I would do it. Don't have to do that though. Oh, you see, I'm already full on inventory space. It's so annoying. I'm gonna put that there. He just picked up my carpet through the fucking door. Dirt can go back there. Cool. Okay, so back in here. So I'm thinking, I don't know, what are we thinking for the floor? I don't like the deep slate. I think it's too. it's the texture that we see all around the world, right? It's like kind of it's the same as having a cobble, like just a stone floor. You see it everywhere, so it's not unique, it's not special. Deep slate we see everywhere now because it's in the deep slate mines and stuff, so it's not unique, it's not special. Whereas the tiled deep slate kind of works. I'm thinking it might be a little bit too dark though. Dark oak stripped log. Not a bad idea, you know. That actually might work because it's dark. It's got like that darker look to it. And we can do a little bit of directional patterning if we wanted to do a check piece. We don't necessarily have to do this, but I'm playing. So actually, I kind of like it with the bark on. Before we strip it, like, that's looking pretty good. And then obviously we would also have it here as well, right? That's actually looking pretty... How are we feeling with this? Ignore the ceiling, because the ceiling isn't going to be the oak. That's just a temporarily... How are we feeling with this? Can I have my carpet back yet? Yeah. I think I picked it up. Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking just the dark oak as a floor. And then counters. So how are we doing the counters here? So that gives me the idea of using dark oak, because I think the dark oak would look good with the orange of the... What's it? So let's get some dark oak stairs and stuff for a sec. We've also got the mangrove roots that we can potentially play with. I'm not sure how effective that's going to be. Composters a potential here, so let's get the composter. Let's do some dark oak staircases, please. Whoops. So if we have like a unit section there, right? And then this is potentially honey storage. Mangrove with the carpet on top, footstool. I'm not sure if this is looking a little bit too dark. Let's have a look at the mangrove. We've got the mangrove roots with the carpet on top as a footstool. The problem that I'm going to have with that is that I don't really have the space for a footstool. Not at this counter section, but we can do something here maybe. The problem, I think I'm going to leave the mangrove roots because it's too similar to the flooring, so it kind of blends in a little bit too much. let's have a look. I've got the honey blocks here. I'm gonna go and make some... Gonna get some honey blocks themselves. And do I have what I need for an item frame? I don't think I do, so I need to go and get some leather. Yeah, let's go and get some leather. Inverted waxed copper stair counters? Could work. That's not a bad idea, Buzz. I'll come back to that. Yeah, because at the moment the dark oak's blending in with the flooring. That might work. I hadn't thought of that. But I am thinking, like, there's going to be like a little honey area here, maybe, or something sticky. Little honey corner with, like, item frames on the top, or... I mean, do you know what would look really cool? Is if you had honey dripping from the ceiling, but the only way we could do that is to get a beehive and fill it up on like the final level of honey and then just leave it there so it drips the honey down. I'm liking this orange. Now, okay, so let's have a look at copper. Because I don't have any copper here, do I? Another option is the mud bricks, but I have a feeling that that's going to blend in too much with the walls. Yeah, let's go and have a look at some copper. That's not a bad shout. I forget about the copper blocks. I'm going to put the rest of the honey in there. We also want to go and get some item frames. And candles as well. I think this would be lit with candles. We've got some candles. I want item frames, so I need leather. Oh, we got loads of leather. Okay. I need quite a lot of sticks, though. Can have one item frame. Okay. There we go. A few item frames. Need to grab a bowl of cereal. I'll have a look at the copper in a sec. I want to do the item frames first. So... Okay, we don't need it up there because you're not going to be able to see it. And pressure plates. Just oak pressure plates, I think. I only need 2. Can I not put oak pressure plates on honey blocks? Apparently not. That's a little bit annoying. Well, that's okay. Also got a chance to do like some fun leg stuff with the... Did it the wrong way around. There we go. And we can do another one right next to it, right? Similar concept to what I've done before. There we go. We've got our honey on there. I'm not sure about the normal oak, but then at the same time we might change up the stairs, so the oak would probably be okay. What else do we want? So I've kind of got like a big clump of honey there. We've got this going on. So we also need like honeycomb. Where's my honeycomb blocks gone? I know I had a honeycomb block. Is it in my inventory? No. Fine, we'll make one. I'm playing. I'm having a little play with something. That's all. This isn't necessarily final, by the way. Like we'll figure something out. Oh, that's where the honey. Yeah, no, I don't want that there. There we go. So then it kind of looks like we've got the honeycomb, which will also be stored up here. So maybe we can go with some storage here, right? So let's get some barrels, which I'm sure we've got. We do not have. It's fine. We can make barrels. We've got this, and we can literally just like create a bunch of barrels. I only need 3. I've got no inventory space. It's so annoying. I hate this game sometimes. I really do. So we've got some barrels going up there. Do I want that one? I do not want that one. That is absolute no-no. So what we can do instead is have a slab. And that's where we can store honeycomb, honey blocks, that sort of thing. That can all get stored in these barrels up here. A little bit more functional. But yeah. Roofing. So these are half slabs at the moment. So yeah, I mean, I'm liking this at the moment. He also said maybe candles. So the room is lit by candles. And do we need anything else? Like, is there anything else that we need in here? And we definitely want to make sure that this pathway is clear through here. That would be lit. Does this mean that nothing can spawn in here? Yeah, nothing can spawn in here, so that's good. Actually, it doesn't give as much light as what I thought it would, but that's okay. So how's that? Just as a shelving kind of thing, maybe. It's weird seeing my bridge getting more completed. Which bridge? How are we thinking of that? Actually, I don't like this shelving system, so we're going to get rid of that. On Jim's server? Nice. Maybe we do oak there instead, actually. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Okay. I mean, there's not much going on in this room, but I don't think we need too much going on. And how are we opening this? Like, that's the next question. Would trapdoors look better than a shelf? As a shelf, that's a good question. Let's have a look at trapdoors. What trapdoors are you thinking? Maybe oak or birch? I might have birch trapdoors already in here. I do. Spruce probably would be the best option. I already had oak as well. Spruce would probably be the best option. I don't have any spruce wood in the area at the moment, so... Ugh. Needs a painting of a bee. Maybe painting on there, yeah? Painting on this bit. Yeah, I'll get that. I don't like the birch. I think spruce would, if I'm gonna go trapdoor, it's got to be spruce because it kind of aligns with the barrel, right? And basically, if you weren't here earlier, this area here is going to be like a secret hidden staircase, which I need to design. So this bit is going to be a secret hidden staircase. So we do need an entrance way to that. We need to, like, some form of trigger system. But it could be a matter of throw a key into here, and then it opens, and then it dispenses down on top of you or something like that. And then up would just be a trigger on a timer or something like that, like a timed trigger so it closes behind you. It's gonna take some engineering. I'll have to have a think on that. Yeah, how are we feeling with this? I was gonna try swapping these out for copper. So we can go and try that. Let's go and do that, shall we? And we also want some spruce. Oh, I hate the inventory system in Minecraft. And a painting as well. Chat wants a painting, so we're going to get a painting. Okay, so spruce wood. Do I have spruce trapdoors here? Yes. So I'll take one of those and play around with that. Having a look to see what else we can kind of put in. I mean, I do like that style of shelving system. Spruce trapdoors. Copper, that's what I wanted. That was the other thing I needed. I just couldn't figure out. I couldn't figure that out then. So we were going to try cut copper instead. I have a feeling the cut copper's not going to quite look right. I don't think it's going to be the right color. But we'll see. Maybe would need to be weathered. We can still have the pressure plates here as well. There we go. In terms of the trapdoor would maybe need to go on that side as well. And if the trapdoor goes there, maybe it can go all the way around this bit. Like, just all the way around. Let's go and have a look at that. It's a vanilla issue, the Z fighting. It's vanilla. Not Optifine. It's because effectively I'm breaking the game with this. So the reason why there's Z fighting is because the pressure plate and the item frame are both the same height. So when you place them on top of each other, it just like it's Z fighting because they're both on the same height, the same plane. So it's not sure whether it should be rendering in the pressure plate or the item frame. But it's fine. I don't mind Z fighting. I don't mind it. We can suspend our disbelief for just a second for it. Anyone who's seen me play Kerbal knows that I don't really mind Z fighting. The amount of Z fighting I have going on in that game is ridiculous. What did I come in here for? More trapdoors. It's getting dark, so I'm gonna have to go and turn on the lights. Wanted to see if I could bring this all the way around. Maybe have it so... Oh. That. Yeah, I think that looks good. What do we think with this? In terms of shelving at the top. It's not even like shelving, it's more like kind of a barrier, a border to make things stick out a little bit more. I don't like the copper. So we'll probably change the copper. Do we go dark oak or spruce? Spruce would go with these. However, I want that to be slightly lighter than what's going on down here. So dark oak. But then also the spruce would also go well with the composter. I don't like the copper. I think the copper's too much. Unless we can let this weather, which is going to take a minute. Right, here, let me just place these item frames down so we know what's going where. So we've got that one, and that one. Perfect. And then obviously they would be there as well. There's not a way to accelerate the weathering. Yeah. But unfortunately there isn't. It's quite a slow process. Actually, it's not that slow. It has to be outside to weather, I think. Yes, it does. So, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. There's a random piece of string there that I left down. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think stairs will weather the same way that blocks do. Inside works too. Okay, inside does work, but I think you get a disadvantage, right? Have I set the copper blocks out like far enough? They've got 4 spaces between them, right? That's how you're supposed to do it? Or is it 5? Anyway, that they should weather. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to... Actually, let's... no, I'll let them all go green, and then we'll do it at different stages of the weathering, and we'll test. Dunno, never worked with copper. David Copperfield Pixel Riff on YouTube. There's a cool redstone machine that has modules that separate out the copper blocks. Is that the one that he showed on Grian's Hermitcraft episode when they went over to the Empires? Because that was insane. Yes. Yeah. That was insane. I've been meaning to look into that. I think that would be a pretty cool device to build. I mean, I'm quite against building other people's farms and stuff in my world. So it's like, well, this is my world. What? You know, I want my farms to be in my world, not other people's. However, it was quite an interesting idea, and I don't think I have the brain capacity to be able to do it myself. So. Right, okay, so hopefully these will weather as well. I need a better cow farm. Yeah, you see, my cow farm, which was one of the options to work on today, by the way. But Buzz wanted me to work on the interior of that bee farm, so. My cow farm is only a baby cow farm. It's not really a massive cow farm, and I barely use it. Like, I don't need steaks for food, and I've got so much leather now. Yeah. So this is my cow farm. There's 3 modules, there's 3 different things. You turn it up, they pop up, nice and simple. You feed them, let them breed up, and then when you want the baby cows to go in, the water pushes the baby cows out and the normal cows stay. So that's the idea in my cow farm. And as you can see, I have used it, but I don't really do it. And then that was, the water was supposed to push it into a kill spot, like one spot where I could kill the cows, but I never got around to finishing that. This whole area needs decorating. Yeah, it's just a big task that it's a half-finished project. Very much like my sugarcane farm, which, by the looks of it, has left sugarcane on the floor for whatever reason. So let's send the, yeah. Not quite sure. I mean, it takes a while for the minecart to go around and pick up the sugarcane. So what I presume's happened is this side has triggered, which has triggered everything. And then that's grown up, and then this is... Actually, I don't know. It must be something on this side that isn't triggering the... What's it? But I couldn't figure out where because every single one of those observers triggers the minecart, so pass. I'm so used to eating steak that it feels weird eating pork from a hoglin farm. Perhaps I should build a cow farm too. Well, I mean, I eat golden carrots now because villages. Hey, Sign, how's it going, my dude? So yeah, I have less of an interest to build a bovine farm. Okay, right. So, what do you guys think of this little kitchen area that we've got going on? I say kitchen, it's more of a honey workshop area. Now, obviously, we need to figure out what the shelves are going to be, but I don't... Is there anything else that we can kind of add to this, or is it complex enough? Is it not... Maybe we could have another barrel there? For storage. I'm trying and failing to kind of see what else we could use. I do have another barrel. So if that was, say, the honeycomb, then this would be the bottles, right? Do I not have another item frame? Ugh. I don't think I do. And I'm like one stick short, which is irritating, but easily sorted. How do the candles stack? Is it just by 3? Stacks of 3? Wax rendering cauldron sitting above a campfire in the fall to make steam out of the cauldron. That's not a bad idea. Maybe we could do that in the middle. Wax rendering cauldron. Yeah, that's a cool concept. I quite like that, actually. There we go. So maybe we can swap this with a cauldron then. Do I have any spare cauldrons? I definitely don't here. No, that it's an interesting idea. I like it. We'll have a look. We'll have a play. While we're waiting on those copper blocks, we'll have a play. Do I have a cauldron? Don't have any spare cauldrons by the looks of it, unless they're in. No spare cauldrons. So, what is it? 7? For a cauldron? And we want a campfire as well. Did I see a campfire in here? I don't think I did. So that needs... No. Yes. 1 piece of charcoal. Sticks. I've already got sticks. Let's have a look. See if that comes to anything. Those cats need fish. I actually don't have a source of fish, unfortunately. So instead of having the composter here... Oops. Instead of having the composter there, so you're thinking a cauldron with a campfire. So I guess a campfire would be there. This is going to look weird. So that's your wax separation, right? Bury the campfire a little bit more. So here. Oh, womble. Stop it. Ah. Stop it. Okay. Then that... Don't know if that works though, does it? I reckon that's going to stop the smoke, you see? So the smoke doesn't go through the cauldron at that point. You do have smoke underneath. If we get rid of the cauldron, it brings it through. Only like slightly. So, unfortunately, for you to be able to do it, you do need like that sort of a pit there. Now, that's not necessarily a terrible, like, it's not necessarily terrible, because number one, the smoke, well, what we can do, we can obviously change this out. Hold on, let's get some more of the logs. Go away! Go away! So we can get that there, right? So it looks a little bit nicer, obviously. So it looks like you've got an active flame there, but also you've got to remember that we've got the stairs, like we've got the stairs there anyway, right? So you've only got a little bit of flame coming out. Now, hear me out on this. Why don't we have lava in there? Is lava inside a cauldron going to burn the whole place down? Because I actually don't know whether that is a mechanic. Not burn it. It will not burn it down. Shouldn't, as long as it doesn't escape. Okay, so because ideally I don't want it full of lava. Still an item bin. Yeah, I know that. I don't want it full of lava in there. I just want like the first layer of lava, if you know what I'm talking about. So what time is it? It's getting late. So this, when you empty, like, I'm a dripstone rig temporarily above, which might burn the house down. Yeah. There's no way of getting lava into that. No, there's no way of getting that. It's not like water. Lava isn't like water. Okay. Can't get one layer, no. Well, you can get one layer, but it's like Buzz is saying, you need this thing, which would burn the house down, and I don't want to do that. Okay. Well, lava bucket it is. Let's try it. And you're saying that this is not It's full or not full. Oh, is the not... It doesn't layer? Piston it in place. Snow doesn't layer also. Okay, so you cannot put lava in the cauldron. You have to... Okay, good to know. Okay, well that's not worth it. But can we place this there, then that there? Yes. Yes, you can. Keep hurting Womble with my ideas. Absolutely. There we go. Right? How does that look? That's okay. That kind of works. I like that. So that's the wax making area. Nah, it doesn't work. It's got to be the pressure plate. I didn't think that was going to work. It's got to be the pressure plate. One of these days he's going to listen to me and it's going to lead to his death. How many deaths have I had on this? I've had quite a few now. I know there was a very long time where I just didn't have any deaths. Well, stats, there it is. Time since last death is nearly a day. Cool. Number of deaths, 18. Yeah, I've had quite a few now. We went for a very long period where I had only had one death on this save. But I think probably about 13 of those 18 are from iron golems. Pure as, like, just me being stupid. Okay, so we've got some copper oxidization happening now. Well, I don't think I'm gonna want the green. Let's see what this looks like. Apparently that's a brand new block. I'm liking that. I'm liking that one. So we've got the dark oak and then the just a little bit of extra color. It's either that or we expose it like 1 tick more so it's got the green, but I think the green is going to be odd. We can try it though, like... Not opposed to trying it. I think I need the... maybe I don't, never mind. So it would be that colour that I'm waiting for these to go. I might just cut this one down into the... What's its now anyway? Because I'm not going full green, I don't think. So we could do that. Oh my goodness. And then... Might be going a little bit nuts on the item frames. Might be going a little bit nuts on the item frames. How are we feeling with this? The green just gives it a little bit extra color, maybe? Do we prefer this, or do we prefer this? This, like, bronze, copper color with the hints of green, or the more green? I don't remember the names of this. It's like exposed and weathered or something like that. So the exposed is the brownie. The green one. I like before green. Okay, so that's 2 separate things that you're telling me. That goes better with the wall. The exposed. The weathered... So I was right, it was exposed and weathered. Oh, I hate... Why add like 8 new different type variations on copper when there's no way of stacking it correctly? What is the point? And have I gone over the top with the item frames? Is the next question. Is there too much going on with the item frames? Do we need an item frame there? I meant pressure plate. And then I've just randomly got freaking seeds in my inventory. Get out. I think the exposed. So I think this one's better. Because it blends in with the wall a little bit nicer. It doesn't stick out as much. Not so sure on the pressure plates though. I think I'm going to get rid of the oak pressure plates. And keep the dark oak pressure plates. And there's no way of having copper pressure plates, right? Like, we don't have copper pressure plates. Item frames all over the floor. Yeah, just everywhere. Junglewood. Good shout. I think I've got some junglewood in here. negative. Do I've definitely got jungle wood somewhere. See if we can make it work. It might just be better with just the item frames. Yeah, I like that. Actually, I like that. What do we think? Well, are we happy to call this room good? Like, done? Replace this floor here. How do we feel with this room? Like, I know it's simple. I know it's simplified. There's not as much going on in this room as what we've got going on in like other places, other buildings and stuff like that. But I don't think we need too much going on here. I like using the actual honey blocks as decoration pieces. Still needs a bee painting. Is there even a bee painting? I don't think there is. We did say painting on the wall, didn't we? Let's go and get a painting then. Could do the map thing. But it's work. As in... Oh, right. A pixel art of a bee. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not even considering that. I'm not going to do it. That's way too much work. I do not have enough time on my hands to be able to do that. I wanted to see if I could add that extra candle in. Now I remember. Copper. What did I come in here for? Just a normal painting, that was what I wanted. Which I don't think I've got any. I don't know how much paintings cost. Can you wall candle or only surface candle? Well, you can make the candles float if you wanted to do like enchanting and stuff. Like, where would the freaking painting guy be? This guy? Banner pattern. I know you can get paintings from villagers, but I legit don't know which villager it is. It might even be a villager that I don't have. I have a feeling it's the books, but yeah. Okay, it might be a villager that I don't have. Fine, we'll just make our own painting. Ugh. Yeah, it's woolen sticks for a painting. I was avoiding having to try and figure out the recipe and just purchase it for emeralds because I'm lazy. That's what I was trying to do. Oh, I did have spruce logs. So we could have done spruce that entire time. It's good though. I didn't want to. I wanted to challenge myself because I tend to like have a default of just use spruce everywhere, which is not necessarily a bad default. It's just I'd really rather it not be. So painting. That's not what I... Wait. It's this one. Are they the only two that are lengthways like this? Right, we'll go with that guy then. There we go. We got a painting in here now. Adds to a little bit of the decoration. Actually, I think that makes quite a lot because when we're walking up, we'll see the painting first, right? Just, it blends quite well. It's got that nice red rim around. Blends quite well with this room. The only thing I don't like is the ceiling itself. However, I probably will just do spruce for the ceiling so that it works well with... Actually, maybe not. Actually, the ceiling kind of works now with the oak. The oak kind of works, weirdly enough, even though that was only a temporary placement block. That oak ceiling does kind of work. Diamond block ceiling. Stop suggesting diamond blocks. I'm not grinding out loads of diamond blocks. Yeah, I really like this. I like this room. I like this room. I'm going to say that this room's done. Okay, moving on. Next room, which is this room. This is tricky. I think if we're going to have oak here, we should probably have an oak ceiling here, and the reason why half slabs work so well is because then we get like the full frame of the wall. So let's go for some more oak slabs, of which we've got like a few. Oh, I also wanted to see if this candle could be added on to this candle. It does. I bet it brightens up the room as well, right? It did brighten up the room. I thought it would. Okay, so we can do 4 candles or we can do 3. Wait a sec. I just realized the campfire is creating light. You don't need as many candles now. The campfire is a light source, so the entire room is lit with or without candles. You know? But that's not... That shit. Oh, I already had the flint and steel. Careful with the flint and steel, don't burn down the building. And we could also change the color of those candles as well. Candles on top of a fence post look like... I don't know. I haven't really played with candles that much. I don't have a fence post. I could make a fence post. Could have a look. Not bad. Doesn't look bad. Definitely decoration worthy. It's a birthday cake! Like really shitty birthday cake, but it's a birthday cake. Looks even better on a wall. Oh, on a stone wall. I see what you mean. I get what you mean now. I thought you meant like on the wall itself. That's why I was like, really? Let's do a cobblestone wall. Probably not the best walls to be picking, but... kind of works. Kind of works. Not terrible. I'm not against it, but it's fine. It's fine. I think it depends obviously on where you're placing them. Like in a deep, dingy cave, candles probably work really well. I kind of like how the candles are kind of situated like that. Yeah, no, I like this this entire room. I'm quite pleased with this. I think I've managed to make the concept of the room work. The only thing we need to figure out is the staircase, the hidden staircase, and how we're going to activate it. I'm thinking like it's going to be either a button that's there, something that's out in the open kind of thing, or a kind of like key system. So you throw a key on the floor and it gets picked up by a hopper and like it activates, and then, which is annoying. There is the potential that maybe we can put something under one of these. I don't know. Did you wax the copper? Yes, I did. Because if you have a look at the targeted block, it says waxed, exposed, cut copper stairs, facing south. On the F3. Hopper under the corner of the honey blocks? That's not a bad idea. And then throw the key into the into there, and then it activates the system. Potentially, that's not a bad idea. I'm thinking a hopper minecart like here or something like that, like just directly under, because I'm going to need quite a lot of space underneath this for the actual mechanism anyway. It's going to be a hidden staircase, so I want the staircase to come out, and I want the floor to retract in, right? So there's quite a lot going to be going on. There's going to be a lot of redstone. So I'm thinking like even here would probably be all right. Like throw the key in there. This opens it. You go down, and then the key like gets dispensed in the path where the staircase is, so that you pick it up. That is one way of doing it. I can't think of another way of doing this with it, like, unless I just had a button on the floor kind of thing and just press the button. But then it's like a matter of, well, where is the button going to be in this room? Like, it's got to be like right here. I think this is the only spot where you could do that. How hidden do we want? Or we could have a secret hidden button on this side around here, like in here. So then it's a super secret entrance, right? So you hit the thing here, or maybe an item frame. Turn the item wait. Honey block item frame. Where could we do? What could we do with a honey block item? So we've got options. We've got options, but I think actually I'm liking the idea of having the triggering system over on this side. I am going to get rid of this though. We're going to replace that with smooth quartz. Yeah, I like the idea of having the triggering system in a different room. It feels a little bit more like an escape room. Yeah, I like the smooth there. It feels more like kind of like a, nice little, you know, just a hidden thing around this corner. So you can't necessarily see it unless you come around here, and then you see an item frame with like a honey block, and you just turn it around, and then it activates the system. Yeah, you can make that work because those blocks behind there are empty. So you can have like a comparator that goes does question. Oh, piss off. He tries to stop breaking my door as I open it and let him in. Okay, so I've got a question. And in order to answer my question, I'm going to need one of these. Put that away. Put that away. One of these. Got a campfire. Why is the campfire in my redstone box? What can you do with a campfire? I'm gonna need some of these. Do I not have any quartz at all? Oh no, I do. There's some right there, idiot. And then I need stone? I don't know if this works. I'll put, it's very redstone as a comparator has red out 0 redstone signal no matter what you do with the campfire. 0 redstone signal, yeah. I don't know why. What am I thinking? What am I trying to do here? Okay, so this wrong way around. I wanted to know if a comparator, when you get a signal through the comparator, whether or not it actually will trigger the redstone pulse. I think it should. That. I need... That's fine. I can do it this way. This is not how it would work, but actually, wait. Why don't I just see if this works? So, it does not. So the amount of strength that comes out doesn't change the observer there. Do. I was kind of hoping that maybe you could like just do one turn and it activates the thing, because this changes from a switching that works though. That sends a signal. That sends a pulse. What if dust is what the observer looks at? I don't think so. Because the dust isn't gonna be, unless, well, I guess you mean like this, right? You mean with the comparator, I guess, like that? But I don't have the room for that, so that might work. Yeah, so that does work, but I don't have the room for this. I don't have the room for that. I think I've only got a 1x1. I believe. Yeah, so I think that is the exterior wall. So I've only got a 1x1 area, right? So that's why I was hoping it would be the comparator that would work. Yeah, that's the exterior wall. So that's the space that you're looking at. I mean, we could hide this. And we can get rid of that. So I do have a bit of space. So then the... So actually I do have the space to do this. Oh wait, no. Yeah, so if I put it here, I've got the space. Then that means I can keep the 3 wide there. So if I put the well, I could hide it on this wall here, right? Yeah, I could hide it on the back wall, then it's not on display. Have a comparator there, and the dust with the what's it signal. So yes, there is the space for that then. Okay. So there is the space for that. That's an option, and every time you do this, it's only one pulse. So we can play around with that, and we can, you know, get like put that where we need it to be. So that, I think that's going to be our super hidden secret trigger system, of which I can't pick up because I've got no freaking inventory space. I hate this game, man. Like, I hate the fact that there's just never any inventory space whenever I need it. Pain in the ass. So that's going to be our super secret entry. Is going to be an item frame there with an item in. Might even be like this kind of a thing. So then we got like turns. That sort of thing. So all you need to do is like turn it once. Then that should activate this. And then you have a... Then on the other side... Do I want it on a timer? I think I want it on a timer so it closes behind you, right? And it will just do that on the timing system. So that would open it, have enough time to get down and under, and then closes behind you. So, yeah, something like that is definitely doable. It's whether or not I can get that to look good, though. And how we're going to make it like super secret. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We line the entirety of the bottom of this with item frames, right? And they've all got items in. Like, and it's just decoration on a wallpaper. But this is the one that you hit to create the secret hit switch, right? So you just got item frames everywhere, and then as wallpaper, as a wallpaper design, and that's the one that you switch. All the others are like rotated the correct way. Now, of course, you would not have things if you had stuff packed against the walls. We also need to figure out what's going in this room. So this room is a bit of a problem at the moment because I generally don't know what I'm going to put up here. I think the best start is working on the roof because that will help me get started. So in order for me to work on the roof, I need... I need oak slabs, which I put away because they were in my inventory and just messing around in there. I hate the inventory system. Why? Gonna get phantoms at some point soon, I'm sure of it. Let's put my redstone supplies away. Not that I've got that many, but it just means that, you know. Because I'm not doing the red... By the way, yeah, I'm not doing the redstone stuff today. I'm not gonna... it's just... I'm planning out where things are gonna go first. So then I know, like, what space I've got to play with this redstone mechanic. I will design all of the redstone stuff off stream because I don't like doing redstone stuff on stream, because for what is effectively the entirety of the stream, I'm just looking at redstone going, "Bow," and that's not good content. I've tried multiple times to make redstone content on stream, but it never works. It always ends up being, like, bad. So I just don't do it anymore. What do we want as a wall for that backdrop? Do we want... do we want something that looks a bit different, or do we want to stick with the white? If we want to stick with the white, do we go quartz or mushroom? I think quartz. Concrete. Fun thing is my minigame Redstone was partially done on stream, but making farms on stream is a pain in the glass. Well, people can do it. It's just I can't. Like, I'm not saying it's, you know, not possible to do that on stream. It's just that when I'm doing it, I have to put all of my focus on figuring out logic, because I'm not naturally very good at making redstone contraptions and stuff. I'm just not naturally good at it. And a lot of it is me kind of like trying to figure out different systems and works and stuff. I mean, even that, what we just did there, that was quite painful for me because, you know, like straight away, like with the dust and things like that, I would have done that so much quicker. Whoops, kill the sheep. I would have done that so much quicker had I, hey, this is already looking good. I like this. Yeah, I'd have done that so much quicker was I not streaming. Like, it just would have been an instantaneous thing almost. Okay, so that's this room sorted with walls and roofing, flooring, all sorted. I do like the floor and the roof is very similar, but not identical. I think now I've got a little bit of a threshold going on here, so potentially we can add another wall in to separate the stairs, because I do need to have a look at these stairs here, and we could even just put the stairs here, like just going up alongside there, maybe. I don't know. But I do like the idea of it wrapping around. The only problem with that is that you've got the doorway there, so I don't want to block the doorway. And you've got this window here. Don't really want to block the window. Can you color concrete in vanilla? The closest thing vanilla-wise to in concrete terms is probably white concrete. What you're really looking for is white terracotta, because that's more of a vanilla color. So white stained terracotta would probably work better. But even that, it's quite a browny stuff. It's not quite white. Like, I've also got bone blocks that I could play with, which I haven't really utilized yet, but that's kind of got that yellowy vanilla feel to it, right? So we do have bone blocks to play with if I wanted to. So I could change up, like, say, this wall with just bone blocks, but the problem with bone blocks is they are directional, right? So it's less like a wallpaper, more like a flooring. I feel like bone blocks are quite good for floors because of this, because they've got that cross section. Smooth sandstone looks good. I don't want to use sandstone in this build. I don't think sandstone... For me, like, smooth sandstone, yes, does look good, but it's a very smoothed colour. I don't know. I'm gonna say it. I've never really been a huge fan of sandstone. So... I just realized this, because of the way I've done the flooring here, because it's half slabs, we're going to have sections up on here with the floors that will kind of like outline where we have to put the walls. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, actually. Okay, well, we'll come up to the upstairs later. I'm not doing that now. We also need to hide all of the lights and stuff. Yeah, so we need to come up with something to go in this kind of like living room. Now, the idea decoration-wise was to have item frames that go all the way around as kind of like a wallpaper border boundary kind of thing, which means I need a lot of item frames. So let's go and have a look at doing that. Let's work on the walls first. That kind of seems to be a good way to get around and do stuff. I've got loads of leather. How much do we need? We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I've got 24 pieces of leather, so let's turn them into 24 pieces of... be on a lead. Let's turn them into 24 item frames, and then we've got one spare. So in order for 24 item frames, I need quite a lot of sticks. So not necessarily sure I want to use the oak, so I'm going to leave the oak there. I will use the jungle wood for sticks. There we go. 24 item frames. Nice and simple, nice and easy. Let's get rid of the mob stuff that I have picked up. I've got a random honeycomb block, which I guess can go in there. I've got loads of random blocks. Mushroom stem, I guess that can go in here. Got another dark oak door, which I kind of like using for the internals, so we'll take that. I'm just putting blocks away so that I don't have too much. I've got a lava bucket as well that can go away. A bead. That was terrible. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I do like the dark oak doors, like all the way through this build. It's just dark oak doors everywhere, but I like it, so sue me. Right, let's try the item frame thing. Let's see if we can make this look good. So the question is... No, it doesn't go in there. I didn't think it would. The question is, what do we put in the item frames? What do we put in the item frames? I mean, there's an obvious answer to this, and I'm not doing it. Diamond blocks, fuck off. Not doing the diamond block. There's an obvious answer to that would make that look really cool. But I'm not doing it. I want to see if you know what the obvious answer is. Let's see if you can figure it out. Vines might work. Vines could look quite interesting. Vines can't grow up, can they? They can't go higher. Ooh, question. Doesn't work. Okay, so we have to leave that one blank, but that's going to grow into that way. Okay, so vines aren't not going to work. They do not grow upwards. No, however, they aren't going to grow into that space there, and we need that to be functional, so I don't think vines work. But they do grow sideways. Yes. We need that to be functional, and if I've got a vine behind it, it's not functional. So vines might not be a good idea here. It looks cool though. I think that looks cool. Bit too green. Flowers? Flowers might work actually. I want to get those vines back, so let's get some shears. It's a cool idea though with the vines. I hadn't thought of having vines on the walls like that. It's quite an interesting idea. Let's pop these out and we'll try it with flowers. No, the obvious answer is maps, right? Like having like just a plain yellow map or something like that, right? That's the obvious answer, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing a custom map. Pixel beat up map. Yeah, exactly. I'm not doing it. Netherite block. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm not doing that. Is there anything... What about glow lichen? Glow lichen doesn't grow, does it? You can bone meal it. To generate more. So you can farm it. Plus it would give a little bit of illumination. Not much, but a little. Where do we have some glow lichen around? Some over there. Right there. Gotta put the lurks on now. Okay, no worries, man. Thank you for stopping by. I've appreciated the help today. Even if it will result in my death at some point. I only need 2 more. Okay, so glow lichen. Let's have a look at the glow lichen. Like I said, we can bone meal it, so we can farm it. Not a bad idea. It works very similar to the... It works very similar to the vines, right? So I think it should work with the mat, with the... What's it? But also something else that I want to have a look at before we go for the glow lichen approach. I'm just kind of testing with the glow lichen. I don't think that that's going to be the final option. Something else I want to do is have a look at an empty map. Because we do have access to those. But I have a feeling that an empty map isn't going to work the way I want it to. Now, flowers. Flowers is a good idea as well. So I'll have a look at flowers in a sec. Too. But I don't think an empty map... No, it doesn't. That is exactly what I expected an empty map to look like. It does kind of look cool though. Like, we could create a pattern along here with empty maps. So that's an option? I want to try the glow lichen. Is that emitting light? I can't interact with the item frame. With the glow lichen there. Whoops! See, now I've got less glow lichen because I put my shears in there because I'm an idiot. However, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, I'm going to have to take all of this off because I want things in the item frames. But having that as kind of like just a boundary looks a lot more natural, I think. It looks a lot more interesting, in my opinion. And then you would have like flowers on the inside. Now, what flowers do we want? What type of flowers? What color flowers do we want? I love this song, by the way. Maybe grass. Grass would work with the glow lichen, I think. And by the way, the glow lichen, yeah, it's not really giving off enough light. Well, actually it is. Like, it's fully lit, this entire room. It just feels dark in here. So this is now absolutely 100% spawn proof. But it feels dark. It doesn't quite feel right, so. But we do have an idea. We've got an idea here. It's an interesting concept, and I kind of like it, because I don't think I've ever seen that done with the glow lichen. And we can have this spot here free, so this is going to be our functional key with our honeycomb there. Maybe we have honeycomb going all in the item frames. So honeycomb's an option. Of course, they've joined into one, right? Yeah. Oh no, I do get 2 from it. That's good. Ah. Put that in the center there so that we don't walk back in and then a creeper just blows everything up. So I want... I didn't put them away. I don't know where I've put them then. I must have turned them into beehives maybe? Or I've used them in copper. With the glow lichen on the back, is that a little bit... Is that sticking out a little bit too much? I have a feeling that flowers are also going to stick out too much. So what flowers could we use? I think it's going to be like an orangey flower, so I'm thinking sunflower. I could also do sweet berries, actually. That's not necessarily a bad idea. Like, we could get a little bit of red into it. Let's have a look. We'll try out a bunch of different things, red and green with the glow lichen in the back. We'll see what I prefer. Do a glowberry wall and... let's do the sweet berries first. Ooh, I quite like that. Alternating items could also look nice. Agreed. Let's try the sunflower. So the sunflower's subtle, right? So I do quite like the sunflower. The growberries, I have a feeling they should all be like this kind of thing, right? So if you have the glowberries, So it kind of like creates a pattern. Does that make sense? I quite like that. I don't know if the glow lichen in the background's gonna work, but we'll see. Obviously that was the one that's interchangeable anyway. Alright. That's pretty cool. I quite like that. You've got an alternating pattern there. Now let's do the glow lichen again. And see if that works better or if it's starting to look too messy. And obviously in those two places. Opinions, chat. Opinions. I need opinions. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, Animal. Some paintings at eye height. I think we're doing too much. I think we're making it look, you know, too I think we're overcomplicating things. The vines look better than the glow lichen. Because it's greener. I mean, vines just look good anyway. But obviously we can't have the vines because that would mute our system here. Because I think that's going to grow. In fact, let's test it. Because if we bone meal it, it will grow. Also, it'll grow onto the floor as well, right? Can you not bone meal vines? You can't bone meal vines, game? Why? Why is that a thing? I forgot that was a thing. That's so frustrating. Why can you not bone meal vines? Okay. Could be the case of too much nearby. If there is an X number of vines, Y amount of blocks nearby, the vine won't grow. Yeah, I don't remember how vines work. Right, let's undo the vines. So I've got it. I think I'm understanding why this isn't working. We've got too much going on. So we'll get rid of that. No. No, I don't like... I think there's just too many paintings. I mean... Look, okay. I'm gonna be real, I'm gonna be honest. Like, if I want to go down the item frame route, there's only one way that I can think of doing it. And that is... item frame with a map, right? But in order to do that, I need a completely blank map, and I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. So that's how the item frame system can work. Because then you can only rotate it in 4 directions, right? That's the way that the item frame works. Is having all the same, like, just a blanket item frame with, like, no texture or whatever, or, like, little bit of texture or something. Map, just copy it all the way around, and then that one is the one that we trigger. That's how you make it look good. But I'm not doing it. I still think item frames can work though, like as in decoration for this wall. It just we need to figure out what we're putting in the item frames. It needs to be something not complicated. It needs to be something simple. And the glow lichen and the vines I don't think are going to work. They're not going to cut it. If you make a map far away from your base and then zoom it out at your base, opening the map won't map the location. But the item frame will be 1 block big then. What? To get a transparent one. If you make a map far away from your base and then zoom it out. Zoom it out? Do you mean with the paper? It would still be tied to the mapped location, which is still far away from the base. Yeah, I don't quite understand what you're trying to say, honestly. You want an empty map. That's one way to get one. I mean, honestly, that's not terrible. With just like an empty map. Or paper. Have we tried paper? Is it as simple as doing paper? I think it might be as simple as just doing paper. Let's go and get some more paper and find out. What time are we on? I'm gonna come to the end of the stream in a sec. Oh, I left the secret hidden cave open. It's not the first time. Is it as simple as just doing that? I mean, like I said, the only other alternative is to create maps. Works. I mean, I might make it so that they're all lengthwise, maybe, or maybe we can like add a pattern into this. That one doesn't matter. No. Maybe that's what we do. We like interlace paper and maps. White maps, yeah. White maps would work. White maps would work, animal. Army of snow golems in the end of a flattened area. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. So I'd still have to build the flattened area, right? I'd still have to put work in. It's just too much work. I'm not. If I'm going to do that, I'm going to do it in like a certain pattern or something like that, you know? Actually, I'd probably do it over an ocean area. Yeah, white maps would work. Like that's the way, that's the easy way of doing it, is just doing a white map. I don't want to do a white map. I don't want to do a white map. Well, because here's the thing, if I just do like a plain white map, I may as well like do pixel art, stripped wallpaper kind of thing. No. I thought I had it. I thought I had it. I thought I'd figured it out. I've not. Holy mother of God, will you go away? I got a zombie raid. Oh my god. All of the crits. Failures. I don't have enough oak trapdoors to test out my theory. I was gonna just do the entire border with oak trapdoors to see if that would work. And then we could just hide the freaking switch in a different way. But I kind of like... I like the idea of using the item frame. But... I mean, effectively, it wouldn't work because we've got corner blocks with the... So, when I was thinking for a second, I was like, oh my god, I just figured it out. All I need to do is, like, say that there. That there kind of thing, and then just open it up and press a button. But, well, number one, that's exactly what we've got for the other... Actually, there is a way of getting this right. Oh my goodness, I hate inventory in Minecraft. It is painful. Why is this so bad? Like, I'm just collecting junk all the time. Get out of my inventory. Jesus. And then that goes all the way around kind of thing. But you wouldn't be able to do it all the way around. You could do it on this, like, area, I guess. And then you just open that up, press a button there. But doesn't that sound familiar? Like, opening a trapdoor to press a button? Like... Did I just see a creeper? No. Doesn't that sound familiar? I don't really want to do that. as a super secret hidden passage because, you know, like that's how we do this super secret hidden passage. I don't want to do the same thing. You know what I mean? Like it feels like I need to be doing something different, unique to this build, and I like the item frame idea, so I'm gonna go with the item frame. We just need to make the item frame work, and I think, annoyingly, blank white map. I'm not doing it. I might do a blank white map. It's a big project. However, we do have, like, where we're doing these, like, big projects is, like, 2,000 blocks in that direction or 2,000 blocks in that direction kind of thing. Just build it above a platform and just put a platform up in the sky. You know what I mean? We've got a lot of junk blocks. How much junk blocks would you need? How many pixels is in map art? $128 by 128. So how many blocks is that? It's quite a lot. It's right in front of me. It's a lot of blocks. $16,000. $16,000 blocks. Yeah, that's 9 chests worth. 9 shulker boxes. That's a lot of placement. That's a big project, that is. It's a big project to do that. 2 double chests. I don't have that much stuff. And then to cover it on top of that with the pixel, it's just going to take a long time. Doesn't need to be white. Ow. Oh my god. I don't have any fire protection. That's why I burnt so badly then. No, you're thinking too complicated. You're thinking too complicated. It doesn't need to be white. You're trying to be too complicated there, I think. Why hello there. Didn't realize you'd escaped. That's okay. Oh my goodness, the lag. I don't like things rendering in like this. Go away, guest. Oh my goodness. Why? The lag. Why is it so laggy? Okay, there's something wrong with my settings. Might be an Optifine setting. Render distance is too high. That's probably why. That'll be why. Render distance is too high. That's fine for when I'm like at home and I don't need things rendering, but even now, it's still like kind of choppy and laggy. I don't know what's going on in the Nether right now. There's a lot of, maybe it's because there's just a lot of mobs. Ow. The game likes me. I don't know if you can figure out what I'm doing here. This is either very stupid, very dangerous, or all of the above, but oh, there's a bastion there. I didn't realise. Probably should have had those equipped a while ago, but that's okay. I didn't realise there was a bastion there. Maybe I need to, I have a feeling there's an issue with one of the Optifine. Please don't hurt me. Oh my goodness, I've forgotten how far this was. This is a long way. Well, a project at some point, a super big project, is to turn this into an ice boat trip. Oh my goodness, the lag. Stop it. Has to be an Optifine issue. Okay, so, like I said, it doesn't have to be a white map. What would it look like if it was completely black? As in, the void black. Oh, it's grey. That's a grey. That might be enough. I'm back home. Right, shall we have a look? See what it looks like? Obviously, I would have to lock that. Oh, that's so much better than what I thought it was gonna be. Okay. Yeah. There we go. That's how you do it. This is how you cheese Minecraft, chat. This is how you cheese Minecraft. Okay, let's make a bunch of these. So we need to lock this. So how do I lock maps? Is it the glass? I have a feeling it's the glass. Ooh, that took all of my brain cells. Now it used to be this. It's not loom? Is it the loom? No, it's not the loom. There's no way it's the loom. Do I have a cartography table here? There we go. Scaled. So there we go. That's the map scaled. Then we want duplicates of this, right? So I want the job block, please. Do you do paper? No. Do I just purchase the empty maps? Like loads of empty maps? So we need 23. $161 emeralds. Dirt can go away. They can go away. No. They can go away. How many emeralds did we say? 133? Do I need any paper? I don't think I do. Who buys the paper? Probably the cartographist, right? Is that going to create... Right, now forgive me, I'm just going to be grinding out some emeralds. I realize this is not the most riveting thing in the world, but it is what it is. Give me some more maps. Do I have... I wasn't able to do it without hitting the wall. I was really trying to hit that so that I could just like fly down without hitting the wall, but it's quite difficult to pull off. Ah. I hate the inventory system. I will eventually turn this into an automatic farm. What can I throw on the ground here? Nothing. I need everything. Can't throw anything on the ground. That's very annoying. Finally. This is how you make emeralds quickly. It's just farm, farm, farm. Actually, to be fair, like, I could just do a better, like, there is better ways of doing this. Alright, that's giving me another 18 emeralds. Want some more maps, please? Alright, so we've got 9 of the maps so far. I think that's enough for me to be able to sample. I'm starting to get a little bit chilly. I was going to finish the stream, so you're getting bonus. There's a creeper. Oh my god, go away! Okay, I've got 9 of these maps. Okay, so this is the problem I've got with the maps now. Is if they're not equally lit, they have like this weird shading glitch, right? So you need to light them. Like every single one needs to be like 100% lit. So otherwise you've got that weird shading problem there, right? What do we think with that, though? I mean, it's definitely a way of hiding the fact that that's a door there. And you can turn that as many times as you like, and it's not going to make any difference. So, it's definitely a way of doing that. But it also, I need to light it better, I think. So maybe we have a lighting block under there, maybe? I mean, we could do a lot of things, but the problem I'm going to have with that is that a lot of the blocks are shared, right? So you can't put lighting blocks. I can maybe put a lighting block there, lighting block here, because there are things on the other side, but that one cannot, because that's also the wall, right? So you can't put a lighting block there, right? So there are ways to hide lighting in that, and maybe it's a matter of just playing around with it so that it's all like a uniform grey. The edges are also annoying, but that reminds me of birch, so maybe we do the furniture out of birch and then it will kind of maybe blend in a little bit more. Or we don't have it on every single wall like that. Maybe it just wraps around this bit. I definitely feel like we're getting somewhere though, like it's definitely a better option. It's better option than what it was before. Is it as simple as just leaving that like that? Like that's the hidden switch right there. You just come around and it's like, oh, there's a little bit of a grey paneling there. Is it as simple as that? It could be as simple as that. I don't know. I think I'm thinking about it too much, so I'm gonna leave it. I'll come back and I'll have a play around. I will get the rest of the maps at some point, maybe when I'm off stream, maybe on stream, I'm not sure. But I need to go and get some food, and then I'm going to start writing D&D stuff for, I believe, next weekend. We're doing D&D, I think that's what we said, can't remember. Might be the weekend after, I don't remember what was said. I don't know what day it is. I think it was next weekend, should be good. 4th. So we said the 4th of Feb. Yeah, 4th of Feb, so that's next weekend. Hey Discount, how's it going? I'm just about to finish, unfortunately. I'm trying to decorate my beekeeper's cottage. So this is what we've got so far. This is what we did earlier today. I'm pretty pleased with this now. This is, yeah. So this is gonna be like the honey making room. But secretly under here, we're going to have a little walkway that goes underneath into the cave. So this is where our super secret hidden entrance is going to be. I've just, for now, I've left the flooring like that. But that's going to be like a super secret staircase. And the trigger for that is going to be here in the term of an item frame, right? So I was playing around with making it this room, so decorating this room is having item frames kind of everywhere, kind of thing. Just having item frames, and then I wanted to put something in that item frame as like decoration, and this one in particular is the one that you rotate in order to open up the super secret hidden cave. So I kind of like the idea of having the trigger, the switch for this in a separate room to where the mechanism is. So that people can't just like walk in here and like find a switch. Also, it was the only way that I can think of that where we can hide the switch, right? So that's the idea. We've been playing around with a lot of different, like, putting in different things to kind of like give some that, like, to make it look good decoration-wise. So we played around with like all sorts of stuff, but it just, I don't know, it just doesn't look right. So then I said but I kind of knew that there was like one way that you can actually make this work and have it super hidden in terms of a switch, and that is a matter of doing maps, right? So I went out to the end. This is just a map of the void So that's why it's just completely grey. It's just a greyed out map. Honeycomb, I tried honeycomb, it doesn't look right. No, you're not a fan, but would suggest do redstone on stream. The actual redstone itself, I've already eliminated that as an idea today. I've already said, I'm not going to do that, because pretty much, for me, when I do my super secret redstone, it is literally just me going, I can't stream. Like, I have to use all of my 2 brain cells in order to do the redstone. So I don't have the energy to kind of like think through what I'm thinking. Talk through what I'm thinking, rather. So it's just not very good content, in my opinion. That's a personal problem. So the problem we've got with this is I forgot that the maps are a little bit broken. You've kind of got to light them all individually for them to look correct. Embrace failure and overcome. Yeah, but the problem is, like, it's fine embracing the failure. It's the overcoming part. On stream, I can never overcome the problems because I'm like, there's just too much going on. Like, usually, so this is the way that I usually do redstone problems, and the reason why it doesn't work on Twitch, right? I have an audiobook on in the background, or I have music on in the background, which is usually copyrighted music. So I have music or an audiobook or something in the background, and I intermittently walk away from the computer, go downstairs, make some food, come up, do a little bit of redstone, walk away from it, and I'm thinking about how the redstone works while I'm doing those other jobs. I can't seem to do redstone any other way. My brain just isn't wired in the way for it to work on stream. So, and then also in between that, I also like Google other people's redstone designs and contraptions and things like that to say, oh, this piece of redstone would work in like this section here, or like this is a good like AND gate or something like that, right? And again, I can't really do that while I'm streaming because it's just me streaming, watching something that I wouldn't feel comfortable re-streaming. So there's multiple reasons why I don't do redstone on stream. But the main one is that my brain it doesn't work. I can't articulate what I'm thinking, and for my brain to be thinking in more of a logistical logics way, I need to go off and do something else, and I need to have my brain working on that problem in the background. I also have that issue when I'm being creative as well, because I kind of like that was kind of actually no, that wasn't what we did to build this. I built this on stream, didn't I? I did that as a stream. I did this build on stream and I had reference images that was like, oh yeah, that looks cool. So never mind. But when I'm being like creative, I need to think about a problem. So the case in point was this tree, right? Now, when we did that on stream, I was just eyeballing it and it didn't look good on stream. And I needed to physically separate myself from the game, walk away, think about what birch trees look like, that sort of thing, think about what I was doing wrong. And then when we came back to it, I was able to fix my mistakes, right? So I was able to do that on stream, but I still needed that breakaway. Well, with redstone, I'm a lot better at designing things that look nice rather than doing redstone problems and stuff. With redstone, I just forget. When I'm streaming, I just forget everything redstone based. So, like, we did this on stream, I think, but I was playing around with observers instead of the comparators, and it was, I was just trying to create a redstone farm, and it just took, 5 times as longer. 5 times as, just to create something as simple and compact as this, it took me, 5 times as long as what it would have off stream, and that was just because my brain wasn't engaged correctly. So, yeah, I've tried to redstone on stream before, but it never works. Now, I'm not saying absolutely 100% no redstone ever on stream. If it's when I'm designing redstone. So, for instance, a good example for this was when I was designing the redstone for, and this is like simple redstone, right? It was designing the redstone for the hidden piston door over here. Now, I did design the majority of this on stream, this piston door, and it's not perfect, but I was missing a lot of like obvious things that I could have been doing with this redstone door, and therefore it went wrong, which is why it doesn't work 100%. So when I hit the button, it doesn't quite close immediately, kind of thing. I feel like if I'd have done that off stream, that would have been a better system. So design it off stream in creative, and then come and then rebuild it in the world in survival. So I'm okay with like building redstone and stuff if I know what the blueprint's going to be, but when I'm having to create redstone stuff and farms and things, I tend not to. That being said, it's not always the case, but when it comes to like piston pushing doors, I have to step away. I have to step away from the game in order to think about it. I mean, it's like a visualization thing, I think. I don't know. I have to like be away from the game, visualize it in my head, how it's going to work, and then implement it to the game, if that makes sense. I don't know. So yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I have the same thing. Got to leave it to get the ideas. Yeah, it's not necessarily about embracing the failure, because I do like failure on stream. I mean, that's where Kerbal Space Program comes from. It's just I can't seem to make it work with redstone. Like I really struggle to do redstone on stream, just in general. I really struggle, and I've tried multiple times, and I'm not gonna never do it. It's just for that problem, I don't think I will. I think for the secret hidden staircase, I think I'm gonna have to do that problem one day when I've got a free day. I'll go around the house and do chores and things like that, and very gradually build it, like whilst listening to an audiobook, and just have like multiple different things going on in my head. And it was like, oh no, that makes sense. That's easy. That's easy. That's obvious. You know, it's weird. It's how it is, but it is what it is. Did we update the map today? A little bit. We've added on the fields. Okay, so yeah, I'm pretty pleased with this. I mean, okay, let's be honest. We've not really done that much building today, have we? We've mapped out the interior, so we know that this is going to be a room. We've finished this room. I don't like. It's simple. There's not much going on, but I think it works in terms of story building. So the honeycomb's arriving here. They're smelting the honeycomb, like they're putting it in like a furnace, which is actually a cauldron with a fire blazing underneath it, which was a really cool idea by Buzz. They've got the glass bottles. They put the honey into the glass bottles, and this is the honey piles that they're creating. Also storage and storage. Nice and simple, nice and easy. All right. That's the wax that they're also making. So they're making the candles and the wax, and we've got a super secret hidden staircase that I will engineer that goes into the caves underneath, and that's where the actual bee farm's going to be, in there, and that will hook up to the other cave network eventually. This room, this needs to be like a lounge, kind of like a living room area. There needs to be something. It's just simple. Maybe like just an armchair here, like in the center, just a big armchair, and then the switch behind here. Maybe that could be quite fun, and maybe some like clock system there, and something else here, like to frame the window. Yeah, but it's only going to be simple. We don't need much. Maybe a light hanging down. We don't need much in there. This, no idea what this is. I mean, this is going to be like just an entranceway hallway thing that leads out to the greenhouse, and also we need to get the stairs in for the upstairs, and then we can have like a bedroom here, maybe a bedroom over there, and nice and simple, like 2 bedrooms. One's a small one, one's a big one, and just keep it simple, you know. So we've got ideas. I just yeah, I mean, I've been doing it room by room, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty pleased with this. I'm pretty pleased with this room, how this has ended up. Took us quite a while to do this as well, like, but yeah, no, I like this. It's got promise. It's definitely got promise. The floor design as well. I like the flooring. It's yeah. If you were here, you know what this is. I'm not sure I like the grey though, but this is the only way that we can get like a blank maps along the bottom, unless we actually do maps. Just have a map of the entire world just wrapping around. That could look cool, actually, but I don't know whether it would fit into this room. Okie doke. The music has finished. I am coming to the end of the stram because I need to go and get some food and stuff, and then I'm also gonna like do my Dungeons and Dragons prep for next week, because I've had 2 weeks off of work and I haven't done a single thing. Which is it's how it should be, right? Although, actually, I'm not gonna lie, there's things that I don't think you'll get to by next week, but I still want to prep for it, because I want to prep for it now while I've got time. So that's what I'm gonna do today. I'm gonna do it today and then probably finish it off tomorrow and back to work, I guess. I've had a nice couple of weeks off though. This week in particular has been interesting because I haven't really done much, but I didn't stream either. Like that was a choice because I want to just time to myself. I've been so bored. I've been proper bored. I'm ready to go back to work now. But it is what it is. Anyway, chat, have a good night, evening, noon, insert time zone here. See you guys on the flip side. Until next time, later, nerds.